8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format, Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
ultimate test of skill and strategy. Only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, band-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, fan-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, Second Chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. We are now in the 4th week of the knockout stage, and this begins with Phase 2. Each team will be fighting for their spot on the Grand Finals, and today we start with the top 12 coming from Phase 1. Under the caster's desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Gideon Q and also Red Bull.
Honestly blessed to have Red Bull to be our official energy drink partner for both the winter and as well as this spring. Hashtag get a taste for more every single time you take a sip of that Red Bull to energize and refresh yourself, because this time round, teams are not going to be holding back like we saw on week number 3 itself. We're going to be seeing them look for that top spot every single day from this day forward.
Definitely. I mean, they shouldn't be holding back, because if you have a chance to get that first spot on the Grand Finals, why not take it now? Why not take it now, and why wait until like the final moment before popping off? So I guess there's a lot of teams right now who are prepped, who are ready, who are like just hyped up to be able to get in on to Grand Finals. But for prediction, we have it right here. Pretty much the same with only a few difference. One team for Falcons and number 3, and for me, it's WAHE. Can you give us some insights? Why Falcons?
look, I think, Falcons has what it takes. We didn't get to see too many of their explosive games, but I feel like they've been holding back all this time. Usually, I would say that my third pick is usually the hottest take. This time around, it's going to be really difficult to do so because it's not about groups anymore. It's about trying to get as many points per day, and that doesn't necessarily carry over. So we got to look at the top hitters.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Falcons really has a record of being that, and WAG as well. But again, predictions or none, I don't mind being proven wrong. That is what I'm challenging the teams right now are. We have predictions, but do challenge them. Make sure that you do everything that you can to be able to get the piece of this pie. For the champion of the Battle Royale mode will be getting a whopping $100,000.
Now, everybody else who is competing for those $100,000, don't worry, there are still other participation awards like Team of the Day, which is $250 every single day, and the Grand Finals MVP, but this is only for Battle Royale. But everybody's looking out for that $100,000, right? Second, third, it's like not comparable when you have that extra zero behind it. Now, here's the tournament timeline, guys. We've already experienced 3 intense weeks of Free Fire Battle Royale. Now coming into week number 4, we're already reaching that phase 2 moment. Don't worry, there's still 3 more weeks, right, including in this week, before we get to the grand finals of both BR mode and Clash Squad mode.
I'm really excited for next week. I mean, Clash Squad. I watched the preview from the preseason, but I would love to see it up close and personal on Caster's Stats. But before we go there, let's head over to the tournament format. And as mentioned earlier by Gideon, this is a knockout stage is divided into 2. So we are now on the second phase from the 16th up until the 1st of June. And then once we head into Clash Squad, that would be on a Swiss stage format. And then 2 days of Grand Finals, both for CS as well as Battle Royale.
Now, for the knockout phase, 18 teams have been put into 3 groups. In the first 3 weeks, we saw these 3 groups go head-to-head every single time, but this only determines the rankings of our 18 teams. Those rankings are super important because now that we've hit phase number 2, only the top 2 to 12 remains. Keep in mind, every single top-performing team from this day forward will be moving on straight into that grand final slot, and whoever is in 13, 14, 15 will slowly get added onto the roster.
And for things that hasn't changed, this is point system. Those who will be getting that booyah will be grabbing 12 points. It goes down on the second place to 9 and 1 point each up until the 10th spot. For those in 11 and 12 will not be getting any points, so they need to stack up on elimination points. And for the tiebreaker, just in case it happens, number of booyahs followed by total elimination, and then their ranking in the final game. So far, this is working. This will not be changed.
For those of you who are just tuning in and don't know the changes of our competitive scene, the one unique active skill has really shaken up the meta. Every player has to use an active skill. Each player in a team needs to use a different active skill. So you can't just double up on the Rebel Rushers. You can't just double up on some crazy strats. You've got to spread things out. Obviously, active player cards that can be found around the map are usable, but we've seen tons of times where it can clutch a team from certain doom.
And speaking of clutch, this is where teams will be clutching it, because despite of having maximum 10 games, all they have to do is reach 80 points to activate the champion rush condition, and if they get the booyah on the following match, they will be the champion. But if in case no one grabs the booyah, they have been denied, then we go in for the standings, and those on the number 1 will be the champion after maximum 10.
Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? Because when we come down to it, different challenges happen every single day, whether it be battle for points, special challenges, or elimination races. We've seen teams take it with stride. We've seen coaches get embarrassed on that stage, but humbly accept defeat.
We've seen hosts do the challenge as well. So hopefully it just stops in there. Don't include the casters for the challenge. But anyways, for the teams that will be playing today, we are looking at the top 12 from phase 1 of the knockout stage. RRQ, Kazu, William United, Evo's Divine, Team Falcons, Bigatron Esports, WAG, Virtus Pro, previously Reverse Red, Vamos, AG Global, Heavy, Team Flash, and GOW.
Yep, a new organization has joined this roster here, taking over Reverse Red, trying to make sure that, they see something in this team that we haven't seen in the past 3 weeks. And hopefully here in week number 4, we're seeing all of these teams looking to clutch it out. It's going to be difficult, right? Because we have some heavy hitters, even from Indonesia, that I'm excited for. RRQ, even EVOS Divine, Bigatron Esports as well. Give them enough time and they start racking up points.
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing. But again, we're talking about quite a change in terms of the knockout stage. So it doesn't have to go into full rotation in the groups already, but they just have to do what is needed for, I would say, one specific day or one day at a time, just in case they don't get to the grand finals just yet. But I am looking at the lineup of some of the teams right here, and there's a few changes right now, especially for Team Vamos, because I think Swiss and Too Fast has been reintroduced or introduced into this team, and we'll have to see what changes they will have in terms of the gameplay.
Well, I hope it's something different, right? Because if they're able to shock the rest of this lobby, they might be able to get a free buy and sneak it, like pulling a rug underneath people's feet. You just don't expect it sometimes.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if that is the change that Team Vamos needs at this point. Because so far, for Virtus Pro, currently Virtus Pro, that team has changed brand over time, and it also changes their tactics. Not quite sure if that's intentional or if it really is something that they are planning because of how much backup it is with the organization. You know how it is. Once a big organization, a big brand has backed you up, they supply you with all the analysts, the coaches, and everything else that's needed. So that might also be a change in your tactics. So we'll have to find out if that is something that we can see from the current Virtus Pro.
Hey, all I'm expecting from Virtus Pro as of right now, because I'm assuming they're keeping the strong infrastructure of Reverse Red. This is a team that has been sticking together for quite some time. They even have their own coaches as well, who I'm pretty sure want to maintain so that the synergy of the squad doesn't get disrupted. But I sure hope they get those jerseys soon to be thrown up on that stage. Make sure that their portrait photos know who they're representing.
Fun fact, Virtus Pro's coach is Poseidon. It's my counterpart. It's my counterpart on the Greek side. So I'll support the Poseidon right, and looking forward to what they have to offer right now. But we're looking at the teams right now. They're all prep, all chill. No tension that's being felt right now. I guess they are prepared, but not really stressed out. They know what they have to do. They have prepared for this for a week already, or almost a week already. And it's up to how it's going to go into Battlefield right now.
No, it's so important because some of these teams have some up and down performances, and we can only judge them based on history, right? What's happened in the past 3 weeks. But coming into week number 4, it's basically a fresh new state. Based off of the stats and based off of the way these teams have been performing in those past 3 weeks, we do have a couple of favorites here. Some I'm hoping are going to be extra explosive. EVOS Divine, one of them. They're a team where they can, honest to God, in one day, get a ridiculous amount of points. Just rack them up so fast that it's shocking. Bigatron Esports can also fill that position, but the only issue that these two teams don't consistently get it is because in the group system, sometimes they have to face off against BRU. Other times they got to deal with RRQ. Other times Team Falcon starts sniping you from afar, right? These bigger dogs kind of keep these guys in check.
And that's one thing, though. That's probably the reason why our knockout stage has come into 2 phases, because if it continues on, they will be able to catch up on what's going on in terms of rotation and then adjust for that. But once it comes to the grand finals, wherein we're only dealing with 12 teams, a lot of teams has changed their tactics. A lot of teams has either gone too aggressive or probably gone too soft in a battlefield. But we're looking at the region challenge right now, beauty battle. So it's still a race to the grand finals. First region to win will be the winner, of course, and loser grabs your lipstick. So this is something else in terms of challenges.
Ooh, this time it's not just between two regions. Everybody is going to get involved in this one. And that, fingers crossed that Malaysia is going to make it through. But overall, it's some stiff competition, especially on the very first day. I thought this was like a day 3 kind of challenge.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see if they are willing to risk it all for that challenge, because at some point there's a lot of teams who are going aggressive right now. It's the beginning of phase 2. Like, there's a lot of surprises that might be in store for everyone right now, and they unsuspecting teams who will not be taking those aggression too easily. So let's see if that is something that can be done, that will be done, especially with the teams who are being cheered on the chat right now. And speaking of chat, again, big shout out to everyone right now in YouTube chat. We love you. Thank you very much for all the support, and keep liking the stream, because we want to hit the threshold or even more of 1,000 likes per stream.
Every single time, guys, we depend on y'all to make sure that happens. The community must stay strong as we're getting closer and closer to EWC, and that's where even bigger prize pools are going to be held, man, and the rest of the world is going to be watching Southeast Asia. Now, Neptune, you were talking about a lot of changes in trying out the composition of different loadouts, right? What are your thoughts? Because so far, based on what we've seen in week number 3, a lot of teams are making this debate of whether or not do we drop the Cassie entirely just to have an A1 on our side, or do we drop the Coda? Sometimes it's kind of a give or take, but the fact that she could just shut down everything on the battlefield, especially when we're coming down to like ring 4, ring 5, things get pretty interesting when multiple shutdowns are happening one after the other.
I mean, A124 has been a meta from the previous season or from last year. I mean, not a lot of people are grabbing that A124. Probably it's because of the Skylar being introduced, and then the Coda will be in there. Oscar, we thought that Oscar will be something that will be used by very often by a lot of teams, but no, it really is not coming up. It just depends on their game style. There's a lot of teams who are not really efficient on the current tournament meta. They are trying to mix it up, and they had phase 1 to really try everything out. We've seen RRQ try different stuff overall, still wearing that A124, as you did mention, and even other Steffi has been introduced by them all throughout the battlefield. So it still is dependent on, probably, if you change your tactics and when it comes to map, yes, there will be a lot of changes when it comes to your skills. But for the game schedule, this is randomized all throughout for the first 5 maps, and another one for that game number 6. Looking forward to what that will be, what advantage or disadvantage it will bring the teams.
I mean, you were talking about tactics. What better place to start off than Nextera, the city of the future? I mean, for all intents and purposes, we've been seeing some pretty crazy endgame rings by Nextera from the past 3 weeks. I can only assume it's only going to get more exciting as we look at the top 3 teams of this map. Number 1, RRQ. Number 2, Falcons. Number 3, BRU, all of which will be playing here today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely RRQ will be topping this at this point, unless we've seen some of the teams really didn't go all out. Team Falcons, Brigham United, most of the time from the past, we've seen them all out regardless of the map. But now I think they had a little bit slow week, or some slow weeks, and that might be part of their tactics. There's no pressure because they only need to get to top 12 or top 8 to get into a class squad from phase 1, and then later on just secure that first spot by the end of the day. Following them, it will be Heavy, Evo Zivine, even Team Flash will be following them as well in the top contenders for Nextera.
Honestly, let's bring back to your predictions here, because WAG used to be absolute monsters on this map.
Yeah.
Generally one of their better performing maps overall. So I think this could be, I mean, aligned with the script, aligned with your predictions this time around. If they get a hot game, I'm expecting them to start snowballing, because we've seen when a Vietnamese team has that extra bit of like fuel to the fire, first 3 maps, easy wash for them.
Well, generalizing the Vietnamese team, most of the time, they start off hot. They really bring in a lot of aggression. They rushes in against every team that they meet, and then towards the latter part of the week, that's where they slow down. So hopefully that change. Hopefully it's more of an on and off or passive aggressive. First half of the game, you You just stay low. You don't want to be seen. You stack up on resources, and then later on, once you're ready, you can hit them from a distance and then up until that final battle. But it's still dependent on the circle, dependent on who you're going to drop with, dependent on what rotation the other teams and you will be taking. Where are you going to converge? So that's why I love Battle Royale, because we really couldn't tell. The dynamics is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are kind of like racking in my brain about how this game is actually going to be played out now that we've kind of like opened the can of worms at this point, right? Mix all the teams in, see what happens, right? A lot of expectations are, especially for the ones that are currently sitting at the top of the standings off of last week, which is RRQ, Buriram United, and as well as EVOS Divine. We're talking about the raw points. And I think that, you know, other teams who have been kind of taking it slow aren't too concerned knowing that Phase 2 was eventually going to come around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's we've seen that. Team Falcons has done that when Buriram United was popping off. Knockout stage, they keep getting all those booyahs, getting all those points, and then Team Falcons just laying low. Once they are about to be pushed down, like through that threshold, then that's where they work it back up, top 4, top 3, and then come grand finals, that's where they really put everything in. You don't want to be team, because a lot of teams right here, or a lot of regions, I would say, are watching these broadcasts. If you're popping off, most of the time, your tactics will be shown on live stream, will be recorded, and your strategy will be an open book.
Most people are going, again, we've seen a lot of teams actually do that within the first couple of weeks, right? They see a team pop off, they kind of copy that loadout, trying to kind of play that style, and sometimes it just doesn't work for them, especially the team's personality wants to be more in your face, wants to be a little bit more, you know, push and pull. Some others are looking to depend heavily on their snipers, and I think so far, based on what we've seen, I feel like teams with strong snipers and are dependent on their snipers really are punished these days, right? You lose position of where your sniper is going to be, force them out of position, and now you're in an all-out brawl, and sometimes you just don't have the weaponry to deal with it. Other times, we're just seeing that snipers are just headshotting left, right, and center, taking aggressive positions rather than just saying, you get to sit here, you get to look at the map, you do what you want.
Yeah, I mean, that's one. We've seen the players from AG Global. That's one example of how snipers do, as their main sniper has made work all throughout a game, and when they wear, or everyone, if not all of them, has taken a sniper from themselves, it's the leadership of where to point, how they're going to take one compound or one team from a distance without risking their lives overall. And that's where AG Global popped off. We've seen Buriram United does the same thing. Like, they are best in close quarter combat, but they're also trying their best to be able to eliminate a lot of teams from the distance, probably stealing some of those elimination from the other teams, especially those early engagements.
Yeah, these early engagements have been a little rougher for some of the squads. I mean, we're looking at the top 3 most used character passive skills, and obviously Moko has to be one of them. I mean, Nairi and Joseph goes without saying, it's pretty straightforward. It feels really terrible sometimes if you don't have one or the other, especially Joseph, let me tell you. Sometimes you just forget how much value he brings into your kit. But Moko is interesting because some teams have won these early engagements thanks to having that extra slot, right? We've seen the time turner come out on multiple occasions for EVOS Divine in particular to clutch out some pretty tough scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, well, and when it comes to tactics, Moko has been widely used because of how much sniping is being done in the battlefield. And when it comes to sniping, Arvan has been mostly used because of getting that information. And there's no limit on how many players will be, or how many players within a team will be using that Arvan. So information gameplay, that's number one, I would say, when it comes to Battle Royale. You need to get information of where your opponents are or are not to be able to make those rotations. There's a lot of viable skills, overall, active and passive. It just so happens that there's some that has multiple, I would say, multiple usage when it comes to team fight, and most of the teams right now are aiming for first survivability and then the teamwork. For the attack, not so much because it's very risky right now. Thus, even Oscar is not widely used because you just rush in, take down glue walls, and knock off your opponent. But after that, what's next? Compared to the Tatsuya, you rush in and then you can get away because of the multiple instances or the couple of instances that you can do it.
Oh man, they gotta give Oscar a bit of a buff here, man. Either give him like a channeling start to give him increased distance, give him a second charge, why not? You know, make him just as good. make the Tatsuyas obsolete here. Alright, guys, I know that this is taking a little bit of time. We are having a bit of a delay, some tech issues. It looks like maybe one of the teams thought that, hey, we could charge these new Samsung phones with a little bit of Red Bull and may have caused some issues, so don't worry, we'll get that solved real quick. Our sponsors are happy, but at the same time, why? If you're wondering which team, keep your eyes on the player cams to figure out who did it. Let's talk about RRQ for a second here, because I think RRQ has been having one of the hottest seasons so far. They're consistently getting a ridiculous amount of points every single time they hit the battlefield. In terms of elimination, second, 8 with consistent 8, average damage above 5,000, and third on that leaderboard, while average assist leading to 12. So it really just goes to show that the teamwork with this team is now looking better than ever.
I mean, the only weak I know it's like redundant. The weakest week that RRQ has played was week 1, day number 1, where they got 6th place after the whole day. Once they jumped into second day, they got the first spot for that specific day, and then it just goes back and forth up until 3rd place. That's a limit for them other than that first day of the battle. Probably it's because they're still trying to gauge how it is with the other teams, or I know there's pretty much familiar teams that has been playing him overall, but they have to like warm up a little bit. Thus, they need to slow down, but they didn't slow down after that. They even Royale United are the ones who slowed down. They even got to 7th or to the 8th place on day number 7 of the knockout stage. So it's really tough. Even the fans out there in the chat are questioning what's happening with Royale United. Well, my answer is they are not pressured. All they have to do is stay in top 8 to get to the Splash Squad and top 12 to be able to get to this point.
There's just no incentive to be number 1, especially knowing how phase 2 is going to work, right? As long as you make it into that top 12, you basically have a chance at day number 1, week number 4, to roll the dice and maybe play your heart out and get a free buy anyways, right? And that happens over 3 days. So regardless, that's why we're seeing even Falcons, right? On the very final day, week 3, day 3, they scored a total of 25 points, which is technically a pretty abysmal score, the lowest that we've seen amongst our heavy hitters just in general. But there are teams that I'm curious about. Teams like Team Flash, for example. We saw the stats there just now. They have been on a steady decline, but still scratched their way in to that 12th position. I think, yes, they are comfortable, but definitely got a little nervous towards the end of week 3.
Yeah, that's one thing though. I mean, they had a good start from the first week, even grab a booyah, and then it just died down in there. But for player stats for AG Global, Monkey See, Monkey Do. I remember the first time I saw him in an interview, he's a fun guy. But once it comes to the battlefield from that distance with a scope on the crosshairs, he will rock everyone with that snipe. But unfortunately, that doesn't work so far in the current meta or in the current format or current tactics of the other teams, because yes, you might be able to take down the one, but it's not easy to eliminate them overall. Plus there's also revival, so there's always a chance for them coming back. Thus AG Global, to be honest, they need to find an approach to go aggressive up close and personal. But I want to address this on the chat as well. Sorry, Gideon, but I know you're asking for the game to start, as explained by Gideon Q earlier. We're having some technical difficulties right now with the teams. We just want to make sure that everyone from the team, from the player perspective, is on tip-top shape, their devices are working, the game is optimal, so that we can start it off really hot on this day number 1 of this phase.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the teams want to get into this game as well, right? They look extremely eager. We're seeing that there's not a lot of smiles going around. Everybody is trying to get themselves into the zone, you know, in that perfect balance between being heated enough to play at your best, but not overheating where you start making mistakes.
Definitely. I mean, at some point, once we talk about this, once you are getting so much pressure, so much stress, you get burned out. And that's like, teams need to be chill. They need to be chill. Like, they have to be relaxed, prepared, clear mind, so that they will be able to face any challenges in front of them. And if they fail, there's still another chance. Imagine 6 map within the day. There's 4 chances for them to bring it on. But speaking of bring it on, I guess we are jumping into next era for our game number 1. So let's head over to that plane and begin this flight.
All right, our teams are going to be loaded up here. Week 4, day number 1 starts now. Teams are looking to that future, looking for a free time skip to that grand finals. Welcome everybody to Nextera. And let's have a look at that flight path, because let me tell you, week 3, day number 3 has been terrible, and it looks like, I mean, it's not the worst we've seen, but it's bad enough that Mortar Ruins is going to be, Mortar Ruins is going to be a little further away than most days.
I know you've seen 2 awful flight paths in a day. This is the most, the least I would see in that regards for the flight path. But I'm still good. I'm still good with that. But as you can see right now, AG Global and RRQ, Mudside Conversion, as well as God of Wolf and Team Falcons, I guess, and Rustdown or Mortar Ruin. So let's see who's going to start it off right now as RRQ and AG Global, up close and personal, double vector in hand, and let's bring it to him.
Yep, gotta make sure that these elims are going to count. 2 eliminations already on the board for RRQ. They're getting really aggressive at this point. They've already got their SMGs in hand, and eliminating as many of the AG members as possible is ideal. Doom currently on the run as Abe is going to finish off Baras here. And the moment, it just means that at least for RRQ, they've got their backs clear. They get to loot the entire area.
Yeah, 3 elimination already. Only 1 left now. Heading into God of Wolf and Team Falcons. Let's see who's going to win. Will it be the one with the wings? But I think Keroro wings will be clipped, and Linux X7 will be taken down as well. Minute Uzi in the hands of On Fire. Not so much of a challenge, especially with Yan Bin on that Mac 10. Now Pina will be all alone. It's a good thing that he was able to get away, but the vending machine will be a question for him because it's too close for the enemy.
Now we're going to have a look at a VP, Virtus Pro Diamond, looking towards the Vamos side. Is Zuez as well as Raja in this current building? The dash comes through. Cassie, at least with the electrotherapy, is going to keep him alive just enough for him to get an easy trade back. Nameless has been watching that angle the entire time, which is probably why you saw him go down so fast, but Diamond is still going to get eliminated regardless. The rest of the Vamos members in their 2-2 split, their traditional style of play, especially on first contact.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to fight back. Virtus Pro has managed to pull away from the engagement. Nameless with that SKS really isn't that much, especially with all the covers that they have. So they can keep up their looting phase in the boxing gym right now and then prepare for battle. Even they already bought down or bought out a Diamond for that revive. So they're all ready. All they have to do is wait for Team Vamos to rush in.
How Vamos is going to deal with it, because apparently they're looking towards heavy side. Mufasa taking a lot of fire coming in from Junis. The rest of Vamos is probably going to try and intercept this, realizing that their backs might just be exposed. They're going to have to regroup, and once again, kind of just hunker down until they have more information of where this next ring is going to lead up to.
And Team Vamos right now, I mean, aggression really worked for them earlier because they managed to survive the onslaught that was being brought in by Virtus Pro. Now, Mufasa all alone, nowhere to go, and no backup, I would say. But we also saw a glimpse of Bigatron Esports, though it's only Koja. But I guess with that with that insight, with that information, they might be able to pull in the rest of the team and chase after Vamos. But UAV has been thrown, and it is Clearin who was able to finish off Mufasa and was able to wipe out the entire squad.
Yep, and now BRU taking a lot of damage here coming in from Evos Divine, shooing them away. Wasana, he's got to get off of that zip line quick. If not, he's going to get blasted down, but AimGod unable to connect enough headshots to make it count. So far, Jonah will have to hold on to his hold. He's up against Ray. He's been a superstar so far, but Jonah puts down Coachio, puts down Ray as well, showing him, doesn't matter how young you are, I will still put you down. Send in the next challenger, and it looks like AimGod will try. A veteran of this squad has to make sure that this works out. Jonah is also going to get sniped at by Rasha on the opposite end. He realizes his position. The quick pocket mark coming in from Rasha to bring back Ray, just in case that this is a potential clutch moment. So far, so good.
I mean, Jonah is something else. And when we thought it's just Wasana who can go in for a clutch, he can do it as well. But Alan has been taken down by Koja, M590 in hand, who switched over in rooftop view, and Riptide Rhythm is just taking down all those glue walls, but no takedown just yet. And WAG has more advantage, but here comes Kyung right now. Off angle. He's just heading in there in the sights of WAG, and he just went down.
Oh, the rest of BTR did not cover him. They did not drop enough glue walls to kind of block line of sight. With that being said, BTR, they're still trying to hold this top end, and WAG is trying to figure out whether or not that this is worthwhile, right? They heard somebody drop down. They're slowly going to make their way. It's an up and down angle here with Dixon as well as Koja. As Alan slowly creeps up, he needs to win this fight fast. Dix, he's going to try and take one down to the support, but it doesn't matter. X4 is able to get a little headshot for himself, and that's going to be 2 quick eliminations for WAG. This is what we've been waiting for.
This is why I put them in my prediction, because the aggression that they have, first game, first day, this is what they bring. I mean, they are like no regards for life, I would say, for WAG at this point, or I would say most of Thailand teams. But with this arsenal already open, more weaponry will be brought onto them. It will make WAG more deadlier.
Hey, some say ruthlessness is just a mercy upon oneself. You got to be ruthless here. No time to be kind, unfortunately. And BTR, they've suffered major losses with only 1 member left. We're seeing that in terms of raw eliminations, WAG kind of trumps the rest of the lobby as of right now. But out here in the blue, we see that Falcons, they were recovering earlier. Let's see whether or not they're going to be able to survive here by Twin Bridge, because we do see one of the members of Vamos, who's been lingering by, actually walk right into the vending machine as Limit responds fast just in time to save himself, and even finds a free elimination in the Axle.
Yeah, Limit X7, UMP in hand, and that could have been just a buyback and then an exit, but unfortunately Team Falcons is in the area. For Buddha United, despite of them losing lives earlier, they are back for eliminations already. 1v2 situation on Ray, and this is payback as for stealing one of the elimination that could have gone in to Jonah. And there goes Ray from Evo's Divine, already down and out. AimGod will be the next target from afar.
Yeah, they caught Ray out of position, unfortunately, trying to hold a spot to see whether they can get a position into transitioning into the ring. But BRU Jonah, after having to take out 2 of their members, is like, no, we need to get this squad out. Coachill's the next to fall, and I'm assuming that we saw AimGod just launch himself past Museum just now, because there are more resistance actually coming in from the northwestern side of the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. There's a lot of elimination and engagement happening. And finally, Raja was able to bring back D-Axel after that heroic recovery of one of their teammates. But for Buddha United, they are just tanking the blue right now. They're very, very close. Also a vehicle on them, but they need to move fast. For AG Global, they are slow right now. Full-blown recovery has been put in onto the team, and this is not looking good for AG Global in terms of how they fight back. If you have an entire squad that has been recovered overall, there's a few fear that they are feeling right now not to waste more of those coins.
I'm looking at that feed, and BRU is just headshot, knockdown, headshot. Oh my goodness. They are not given any mercy. Nobody is letting these free eliminations go by, which may be just be might be the way to play. Or you can start playing like Flash right now. They're not looking for a hot start. They're looking to kind of keep it chill. Even RRQ is within the vicinity, just on the south eastern side of where we see Flash and AG, who is currently at a standstill. They're happy to hold each other's hands, say, hey, if anybody comes behind you, we'll take shots at them. Just, you know, let's just wait until the next ring. We don't need to be rash about this.
I mean, mostly once it comes to that warning, once the blue closes in, everything is on a standstill. But no, from the far, there goes a takedown. Diamond right now will not be in a rough at this point, but good managed to go in for the pickup. But Ma'al's the one going down, and here comes the recovery as well as a getaway, because Team Falcons is trying to rush in, or Virtus Pro rather, trying to rush in and take them out.
Oh, was a bit of a mistake, or did they just not hear it? Unfortunately, an exposed angle, losing a teammate early on. They tried to bring him back up to his feet and start to defend the compound, but it was just too late. The Virtus Pro rush is successful. Nameless and as well as Diamond just going ham as they are taking out 18 deer, leaving Abe to be all by himself in Plazaria. What an unfortunate turn of events here, but so good for VP.
And this is what I was asking for the team, whether they're reverse red, whether they're twisted mind. Now as VP, they are getting aggressive. Though it's only translating to 2 elimination, but that gameplay, that sneaky ninja push and then an easy takedown, that is, I would say, sort of a signature for this team. But we'll have to see if this continues on. Todak has been used to spot out the enemy, but as you can see right now, as Team Falcons going in for the rush, Exposé with an open door to use that AK to take down a few players, but the glue will save them.
So far, they're thinking about repositioning themselves. They notice Falcons on one side, but they're just making sure that they block the entrances, because there's 2 floors to deal with, 2 ways to actually get to their current position. Depending on how they want to hold it, it looks like they want to hold by the stairs on the furthest side of that compound, especially planting a limit there, making sure that he's able to use those angles to snipe. Now, VP members starting to rush down. They find Abe. Samin goes down, he gets eliminated, and that's really unfortunate because it hurts the odds of VP. They're thinking of whether or not to bring him back, but things are getting very hot as we see that finally Abe gets eliminated by On Fire, the people that are just behind VP, and even Evos Divine might have a 2-prong approach.
Yeah, let's see if that will happen right now. Kocha spotted M590, but a getaway plus that glue wall, and the Exposé goes down from SKS coming from afar. Team Flash, Sammy not yet recovered. Exposé trying to bring himself or HP back up, but their approach and Kocha could have been a one-shot elimination, but it has been averted. On the other side, WAG, the aggression of this team right now, they are really walking among some gods.
Yep, just absolutely melted AG Global. Unfortunately, holding at the stairs is a little awkward for glue walls because your feet still get exposed, and especially with the introduction to the M5, that explosive ammunition just goes right by. Man, a lot of people took a lot of damage there. 3 dudes staring up the stairs, the worst possible scenario. And unfortunately for AG, weren't able to reposition after. Now we're coming down to our 8 squads, right? Ring number 4 is here. We're already by just the outside of Plazaria. And so far, we've seen these teams kind of rush at each other. I'm waiting to see what WAG decides, because even if it doesn't favor them, they will try and muscle you out.
We'll have to find out if they have any info already on Korea United, but I guess it has been flipped. It's BRU who used that binocular to spot out WAG, and here comes Goddard Wolf right now, jumping in on Virtus Pro. But on the other side, we are looking at Team Falcons against Evos Divine. It is On Fire, who has been taken down by the Trip Mine, but they're not out just yet. But as you can see, it's Evos Divine putting so much aggression in this fight.
Yep, I mean, these are the only 2 teams who understand that, hey, if we start rotating in, it's going to be a problem. Oh, go chill! Clearing out the Falcons fast as well. And as we see God of Wolf transitioning into the ring from that southern side, everybody is taking a little chunk of them, right? Even VP, even BRU. That top side initially looking pretty good, got worse so quick. But now it really boils down to numbers. How much fighting strength do you have left in these next couple of rings?
Yeah, it's quite it's quite different as well, even if you will be able to recover your teammate because of the loss. Like every real estate has been taken already, so there's not so much of loot. But for Brunei United, Moshi taking down Ton and making sure that he's not picked up.
Well, he's still gonna try and take some pot shots. You can kind of see the angles. Ooh, very, very close. Clipped just his shoulder, but unfortunately, Demon held the angle just a little bit better. Wins out the pixel peak here and get high. He's testing his luck just a little bit, but now our 5th ring has been revealed. It looks like it's going to be moving towards the the southwestern side of the map, and EVOS Divine, this could be pretty good for them. They've got some natural cover to work with. They got to kind of get down a little bit lower because luckily nobody is on the very highest height. Only Falcons have a rough idea of where they are.
Yeah, we'll have to find out though. We'll have to find out if EVOS Divine will be able to rush through that that ridge across that road once the circle shifts. And for Team Vamos right now, they're the first one who will be pushed out of this compound. So I guess that is what EVOS Divine is waiting for. But this is so much in terms of tanking the blue. The glue wall has been laid out, and that would be the failure for them because they will be spotted out in the open, and even for those in the compound, they will be taken out, especially if you have an M8-2B.
Well, looks like EVOS Divine trying to hold out for as long as possible. BRU trying to punish all the teams who are transitioning. WAG and GOW are even trying to launch shots in. Flash has already found Dion, taking them out pretty quick, but man, got them both. Not having a chance. Even Vamos getting slowed down here. BRU is taking shots at everybody, taking names, and VP is going to be the first to fall. It's a full engagement between WAG as well as BRU out in the open field with a body of water separating the teams. Vamos now getting involved, flanking the members of a BRU. Wasana, even WAG dropping down the time turners to hold up. Vamos has already taken the back line of BRU, collapsing this attack. However, WAG is split in half. Allen turns into a bush and now is trying to hold up. BRU looking to reposition just by the observatory here, looking to find some kind of height as BRU holds out strong. WAG have not fallen off just yet, but Vamos is slowly taking names. Export finds a headshot onto the axle so far. And Export finally goes down as Moshi puts him out of his misery. Krillin is able to take out Jonah in the meantime with high eliminations. EVOS Divine now on the height.
Now let's see. I mean, Team Vamos did quite well in rotating with Brunei United as well as WAG while they were distracted. But for Kirin and Team Vamos, this is a 1v1 if I'm mistaken, or probably a 1v2, and only a glue wall divides them. But Wasana is watching out from afar, from above, and finally Kirin has been taken down and WAG eliminated from this game. Final 4 teams remain, and Team Flash surprisingly have a full squad. Now let's see what Wasana have in mind right now, especially when they have to jump off this roof.
Yep, Moshi and Wasana are completely cut off from each other. Everybody has a rough idea of where everybody is. Maybe not for the EVOS members, right? They're holding the inside of the compound. Zeus as well as June must now deal with the full fighting force of Flash on the lower ground. They're hoping for some support from some of the other members to kind of even the odds and maybe tease them with a booyah of their own. This monster truck is going to be some nice natural cover. However, this ring is shrinking ever so slowly, and Flash must now use all resources to start closing the distance. Every bit of natural cover is going to be good, but you can see in the corner that Vamos is now completely trapped with nothing left. The firing squad is going to start taking Zeus out, Jun out in the blue. Eventually, will start to succumb to it. He must heal, but finds a bit of space for himself just on the outer edge. What a nade coming in from Rain, finding all 3!
That is what I call a ray of fire coming from Ray, taking down 3 from Team Flash, and then finishing him off. EVOS Divine, though, despite of them being a duo, when everyone is almost a full squad, they managed to take down all of those against them, and now it's only Brunei United, only 1 player, and there's a chance for them to recover, but there's no way out. Wasana cannot even get close, so it's more of how they can heal faster at this point, but for Evo's Divine. There's 2 chances for them to be able to survive, and I guess they're already passing out all those meds to go for that medic gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first, and it seems like it's dying down. Wasana not healing fast enough.
It shouldn't be close right now because they still have Cassie alive on the other end. Electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS Divine, what an absolute clutch coming in from Ray. You can see that all the members are looking towards him. A nade that turned the tides against a team who had all 4 of their members.
Dude, I mean, that's unfortunate for Team Flash. They could have taken that already, but, well, it is what it is. Once you, or if you don't have any any skills that can oppose a grenade and you're clumped in together in one spot, you're bound to go down. So Evo's Divine, I mean, props to them. And not only that, they finish off almost everyone in the compound. Even tried to spot Wasana from afar, from above, or rather from below, but there's no way out for both teams. So all they have to do is wait and heal out, and that is what saved them. That bonfire that saved them a little bit further from being taken out.
Yeah, oh man. I mean, they knew it. They knew they had the resources. They knew they had the space. They knew they had the equipment and the right setup to make this work out, especially if there's only one other member from the side of BRU. A great booyah being earned by EVOS Divine. They had a tough battle. They lost a man early before the final rings. They were stuck on 2 and they made the early transition. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, definitely well done indeed. I mean, it's just paying off on what they did from the past, from the first phase of the knockout stage. The multiple booyahs that you did mention within the day, that is warm-up for what they have, or what they can bring right now in phase 2. But we've seen a lot that has brought in a lot of elimination also. WAG, despite of them being eliminated early, they got, if I'm not mistaken, close to 17, if not 17 elimination. And Buriram United, they were thrown off a little bit, especially with the early elimination of Get High and then Moshi being taken down. That slows down their approach towards the end, but they also tried to chase against WAG, who's really like very, very close from being annihilated, but Team Vamos just chased them afterwards, disrupting that tactic. And that's how it is. You won't be able to tell who can counter all those aggression, especially when there's a lot of teams available in the final circle.
Yeah, no, honestly, I really thought Flash had it there because I saw them on the map, full fighting force, and they were picking off all the stragglers. They were the ones who were looking to take down GOW. They were finding the last remaining members of WAG as well. They're putting the hurt on EVOS Divine as they launch themselves through the sky to get the early rotation, especially when we're on final ring rotation. It was ridiculous, man. I think a lot of things could have been changed for sure when it comes down to the final decisions being made in the game itself, but I think the way that it panned out just goes to show how badly these teams want to put themselves at #1 by the end of today.
Yeah, I mean, for Buriram United, I think if they weren't split up, they might be able to catch up. But let's bring it over to EVOS Divine and Indonesia for the interview.
Thank you, casters! Woo! Mana suaranya, survivors! I'm super excited. First booyah of the day goes to EVOS Divine! I'm here with Ray, and of course, we're gonna have a bit of a talk before we move on to the next match. Hi Ray, how's it going? Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah sehat?
Sehat.
Sumringah banget nih. You're looking all smiley, looking good, feeling good. Oke, langsung aja kita masuk ke pertanyaan. Aku yakin banget ini survivors penasaran tadi gimana situasi dalam game. Ini kan game yang kita sama-sama tahu, tadi udah nonton juga, dramatis banget. Tinggal menyisakan 2 orang berhadapan sama Buriram. Udah gitu kita lihat juga pada akhirnya endingnya adalah harus going medkit against medkit. Gimana rasanya bisa mencuri booyah di pertandingan pembuka hari ini dari tim yang bisa dibilang cukup menyeramkan. Aku translate dulu, kamu silakan dipikir jawabannya ya. We all know, we all seen that the match was an intense one with only 2 players left behind, going medkit against medkit. How does it feel to stole the first booyah of the day on the first day of the 4th week?
Rasanya sih senang banget, apalagi tadi kan kita kesusahan di in-game tuh.
Yes.
Habis kalah perang lawan King Buriram.
Yes, tapi akhirnya
Kita-
berhasil mencuri buyah itu kan?
Alhamdulillah bisa.
Bisa.
Ya,
Jadi seneng banget karetnya 2.
karetnya 3 sih.
So of course he's feeling very happy because EFOS had a bit of a trouble going against King Buriram during the game. So it was very rewarding for them to finally be able to stole the buyah on the first opening match. Kita tahu bahwa yang namanya buyah itu selalu penting di setiap pekannya, tapi di pekan keempat jadi hal yang lebih penting lagi, hal yang sangat krusial bahkan. Seyakin apa kalian EFOS Divine bisa menduduki peringkat puncak hari ini? Aku translate lagi dulu ya. Okay, we all know that a buyah is always important each week, but this week it's even more important. It's extra important. How confident are you that EFOS Divine can come out on top today?
Mungkin kalau Buya kita anggap setiap match itu final sih. Jadi kita berusaha untuk setiap matchnya tuh ngasih yang terbaik aja Kak.
Wah, jawabannya bagus banget, tepuk tangan dong. Ray said on behalf of his team that EFOS Divine think of every match as a final. So they hope to give the best that they can because every single match counts, everything counts. It's always important for them. So let's just hope that they can get another buyah on the next match. Terakhir nih, pertandingan pembuka udah dramatis banget. Berarti harusnya nggak menyulitkan lagi dong di match-match berikutnya. Momen tersulit atau deg-degan tersulitnya kira-kira sudah terlewati atau belum? Do you think that the next couple of matches would be easier for you guys knowing how hard you guys had to go through it all on the opening match that we just all seen together?
Mungkin kalau rasa takut kita pasti punya lah setiap gamenya. Tapi kita mencoba buat melawan itu semua.
Ah, keren banget. Of course, it's very normal for the pro players to feel anxious, to feel a bit scared going into each and every single one of the game. But they're trying to overcome that and I believe EFOS Divine can overcome that. Alright, terima kasih banyak Ray. Congratulations. Woo, what a celebration. So that's it from the interview. Thank you so much for watching. Let's go back to the casters, okay? Take it away, casters.
Thank you once again, and you heard it from Ray himself. It was pretty difficult, and I'm not gonna lie, it's not an easy position to play from. Yes, you weren't expecting to beat BRU on the opposite end for first contact, and unfortunately, that ended up with one player bowing out early on in those final rings. Let's look at the highlights one more time, because this was a banger to start off week number 4.
Yeah, definitely. And while watching the highlight, I want to recognize as well what Rain mentioned during the interview. I mean, they treat every game as if it is the last. And I don't know if it's something that they just decided to do, but there's a point in time during the tournament that we keep saying that every time it's the last game of whether it's a knockout stage or grand finals, everyone is bringing they're all out into the battlefield. And I guess they realize it as well. Thus, they are showing up in most cases and not really giving up in the battle, in spite of how tough the opponents are. They did mention Buriram United is the King Buriram that they had a tough time dealing with, but they managed to do it. Our MVP, Ray with A124, Nairi, Alvaro, and J Beebs also rocking that AC80 and weaponry, 9 elimination, 4,177, 6 on damage, and 9 knockdowns.
Yeah, Ray is one of the few who love bringing in the Alvaro as one of his passive skills. He wants to make sure that his picks are worthwhile, and it's only going to get stronger from that point onwards. But the A124 in these types of situations make it so obvious how this team wants to play. It's less about, I don't need to know whether you're behind cover or whether you're running at me. We're going to be running at you anyway, so the information is there. We just need to win out these fights effectively and as quickly as possible.
Oh, I'm loving how they're putting out a variety of skills out there. Cassie is still there, Skylar, especially a sniper, who Rasha is, and Tatsuya for Aim God, who is a rusher. They also have a Shani, and also I saw an Olivia that will help them with healing. But when it comes to elimination, it just came to Ray, especially with that God nade coming from him. That really changed the game for EVOS.
It really did. Ray has been showing week after week why EVOS does not want to let go of this kid just yet. I mean, last year, his visit to Macau was so obvious when the whole team shaved their heads. Now that he's got his hair back, oh, religion has played a large part in his success. Let me just say that, because he's even one of our key players. 9 eliminations top of the board, no surprises there, but the other 2 being taken over by WAG, with Export and Allen taking the damage and as well as highest assists.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the aggression that has been brought in by WAG. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Xbor who went down first after being shot at by either Moshi or Wasana. And that's where WAG started really to feel it, that they will be taken down a little bit early. But speaking of being taken down early, WAG still managed to get second place because of the 17 elimination that they have. But EVOS Divine still top it off, 26 in total, and Brim United is on third.
Oh my goodness, the point differentials is gigantic, man. Already we're seeing teams get into the 20s, and I feel like even for Team Flash, they were like, oh, we could have easily hit a 20 had we just not been wholly hand grenaded in that last couple of bouts. I mean, even Team Vamos had an argument there to potentially start turning it around had they figured out they could walk around the compound just a little bit sooner. I'm not sure if that would have changed anything, but hey, maybe you can ask the all-new powerful AI capabilities of the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, this is more powerful than Ray's Godney because of the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor, as well as enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology. So far, these players has been playing awesome because they are using Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra.
Smooth. I mean, it feels like a cheat code to a certain degree. Because with smooth gameplay and the way that this beast of a machine performs all within the touch of your hands, with the perfect hand size as well for people who've got chunky little fingers and big palms like I do, it makes sense. It feels right. And that's what Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra is bringing to the table to give that competitive edge. And I think that these teams will happily take these extra edges if it gives them, you know, a couple more frames. That could be the difference maker between seeing a person first or landing the shot.
Speaking of frames, remember that sniper battle by Demon and Moshi from that window? I mean, that really changes. If you have a good device, you will be able to see that pixel and then make that shot to go for the takedown. So, other than mechanical skills, I mean, a good device really helps. But let's head over and check out what is up next on Battlefield. We're done with Nextera. We're going into Purgatory, and so far, from all of these teams, this is quite familiar to them. There's a lot of, I would say, real estate that they can take, and also only a few hot drops unless they change their mind.
I think that Purgatory is going to be a good taste tester for a lot of these teams, assuming that the flight path is going to be a little bit better, because let's be honest, Nextera, a little scuffed, not the most scuffed we've seen, but very skewed, forcing a lot of teams into early engagements that they probably didn't want to get involved in. But here in Purgatory, BRU currently at number 1, breaking 105 points in terms of raw stats. Second goes to Vamos at 97, and third, AG Global at 94.
And if I'm not mistaken, AG Global has a lot more points as well as Vamos, but they are the top 3 for this map. Looking forward to how AG Global will be able to bring it on from a distance. Like I mentioned, Purgatory is one of the bigger map that they can use it, compared to Kalahari though, that has an open area that they can go in for the snipe as well as the verticality. Purgatory is pretty much like Bermuda and other maps. So level-wise, elevation-wise, not so much. But in terms of structure, there is a lot that they can use. So let's bring it over to Purgatory for this game number 2.
Hey, you said it the best. There's multiple levels, multiple layers to this game. The complexities is going to be different, but it's a matter of life and death and all that in between. We head on over to Purgatory. Fingers crossed. Yes, it is a great flight path right through the center. At least everything is accessible. It might be a little tougher, but luckily a lot of the compounds and hot spots on the southern end, like Central, Fire Brigade, and as well as Lumber Mill, you get access to that main road. You're all Gucci.
Yeah, I mean, I want to jinx the flight path at this point, but every time I cast, it's always a fair flight path. So, no trouble, no challenges for the teams right here unless they face off an opponent on those hot crops. But from the trajectory of some of the teams right here, only a few will be going against each other. And Get High from Buddha United has been taken down with a Thompson coming from GOW, if I'm not mistaken. And also Evo's Divine, Booyah takers from earlier, will be receiving an early welcome as well from Team Flash, the team that they eliminated through a nade.
They're out for blood. And I mean, this is perfectly fine. This still falls into the category of how EVO's Divine wants to play, right? They want to find early eliminations. They want to start stacking up as soon as they can to have some more oomph and more firepower coming into the final rings. I am curious about BRU's approach because last time they just, again, highly dominant when it comes down to Marble Works. They like this side of the map, and usually they bleed it over into Golf Course. But with that first blood already gone, with Get High missing and a man down, we're seeing that BRU are currently heading towards that coastline. But it's not the only engagement we see. It's BTR in heavy contest against Heavy themselves. So far, Get Nice, he's trying, but Faiz MKS turns the corner to flank him as soon as possible. He is trying to launch him out of there. Faiz MKS takes him out with the M5, and now Let's Kyung do the rest. Heavy takes an early exit.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy, who often drop into Ski Lodge, has been introduced in Forge and, well, says goodbye to Forge as well and to BTR. So, 4 eliminations being taken by Bigatron Esports, and I think there's a challenger who wants to go in for, I would say, for an early engagement. It's Wes from Team Vamos, but we're only seeing one, AC-8 in hand, so a possible takedown or possible knockdown, but there's no follow-up or less chance for a follow-up unless they got hit in the open.
I'm not sure whether Vamos is, sending out scouts like they usually do to kind of, scope out the area, maybe steal a couple of eliminations from these early engaged teams, but we come back to EVOS and as well as Team Flash, we haven't seen a hard engagement just yet. It looks like, even for Flash, they are deciding to respect it. And I guess I was right. It looks like it was just a couple of scouts, right? The Axel as well as Jun going out of the way to see whether they can get involved in an early kerfuffle here by Forge. But they're calling the rest of the squad. They're trying to buy a little bit of time. Jun as well as Axel are running out of space to actually play as the Axel falls down first. Zeus as well as Raja have line of sight where Dix is. Jun needs to go wide because Koja is about to flank, and looks like Dix is able to take Jun out just in time. Looks like BTR have the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, Team Vamos, I don't think they have the weaponry to be able to go in for a close quarter engagement. But going against Dix, Vector, as well as a UMP from the other player of Bigatron Esports, they are prepped. But M1887 from Suez right now, but the flag is on, and Red Rebel rushed onto that compound. Match takedown Faiz, and still goes down. Recovery will be done for Team Vamos, but there's no escape just yet for Raja.
Yeah, I don't see it yet. Where are the revives? When are they going to make it through? I'm assuming Raja has already done it. We didn't catch it. So far, even RNQ is taking a bit of damage here as Raja now has to deal with Koja by himself. He finds the first knock. He needs to find the elimination. He doesn't get it! He tries to go for the execution. Did he not have enough bullets? Oh, that decision might have costed him a point.
Yeah, I mean, if it didn't go for the execution, he might be able to get that elimination and probably get away or fight back. But let's go do that later on. It is Team Falcons and RRQ in the battle right now. Recovery has been done. RRQ, and there goes Abe. M590 in hand. Pump action shotgun, and also brings down Limit 7, but there goes the respawn from Kiroro. But Deuce right now will be trying to snipe them from afar. Let's see if they go down entirely, because there's still one more or two more from Team Falcons who is flanking them. And up close and personal, Bison doesn't work that much. M590 from the hands up on fire. Really is on fire.
Oh, he wasn't expecting it. He turned the corner, looked left, saw nobody, but didn't realize the stairs had a little bit of verticality, enough for the jump shot to actually work. A clean takedown. Oh my goodness, these fights are getting very, very tight. Oh, looks like Ray, even though he's by himself, trying to pose as if he is a full squad, doesn't realize that Vamos members always come in twos. Jun, first to take contact here, and actually finds it, eliminating EVOS Divine in 11th after a hot map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten the curse, though it doesn't happen often for EVOS Divine, but, well, Team Vamos, they are surviving at this point, almost being taken down, and that Trogon in hand, 3 shots coming from him to be able to do so much of damage. But Team Vamos really need to be careful because AG Global is very, very close, but I don't think they will be going in for a fight just yet. They're keeping their distance, probably getting high ground and waiting for next phase of the circle show up.
Yep, so far we do see elimination contract already put onto Barros' side. Only, if I remember correctly, it's either RRQ or it could be BTR. Argument for WAG, not sure what loadout they decided to bring this time around, who likes to actually utilize this contract to kind of track some teams. Especially now that we're looking towards the edge of Forge. Looks like they're not going to make any contact at all with anybody else. However, wait, I do see a bit of a red lining coming up towards the top right side, north of Forge, as the next ring has been revealed.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, I guess AG Global tracks where the engagement is happening, and they know where the other teams will be coming from because they head into Forge knowing that BTR and Heavy has just finished here, and with that chase onto Vamos that happened earlier by Bigatron Esports, then they know that this area is clear, but not as clear as what Bremen United has right now. Open area and open shots, but Allen managed to take down Moshi. Well, pickup has been done, but Osana will not take that lightly.
No, he will not. Moshi has not been having it today. Now we do see the Riptide Rhythm being unleashed on the front lines, trying to make sure that these angles are not going to be safe. Second one going to be deployed as well as BRU trying to strengthen their position. Jonah is coming off for the right side flank, while we do see that WAG looking for a full flank on that front line as soon as possible at the top of this hill. Realizes that they're not getting as much value and now are worried about their own backsides as Jonah is slowly creeping up on them. They hold their positions as Moshi, he needs to get something back. And now they do find an exploit. The first to actually fall is Osana, gets traded back. Pina is looking for more onto 18 Deer, but Jonah is able to find Cyrus. Regardless of what happens here, these teams are going to be left damaged, bruised, but not broken just yet as Krillin tries to find a trade back, but as we can see, it's just one member left, and WAG get eliminated. BRU, a great circle.
Yeah, I mean, taking down Wasana will be one of the winning conditions for WAG, but eliminating him as well, just to make sure that he doesn't fire back, because the moment he gets picked up and recovers, use that MP5 to fight back, and if I'm mistaken, that was on level 2 or level 3 already, and you know how it is, accuracy on the shotgun or on a Trogon will be used by Wasana at that point. Now, for AG Global, they kept their distance already, flanking from Forge, now going into Ski Lodge, into the face of BTR. But they will not be rushing in. They have that information and will try their best not to be seen by this team.
Oh my goodness, I'm pretty sure that the audio is clear enough. Kyung could just tip his head over, but he's a little nervous whether or not he's going to be spotted. And it looks like Kyung, he does relay the information back to the rest of the team. Chinoy is trying to make a long turnaround to get to the opposite side. Saifa going to try and make first contact here is BTR. They have the roofs, but they also have the second compound's ground floor. The nades are going to be coming out from Saifa though. They're going to stack up, so they make their way to the top side and work their way down.
Love the boost, love the tactics right now. I mean, AG Global, this is what we've been asking for. Close range engagement, but no, on the other side, Drogon action coming from Kyung, bringing Barros down, but Saifa in safe spot. M590, Kyung trying to bring it out, but he pulls out that Alok and will be able to recover a few more. Faiz goes down from the hand of Saifa, and AG Global on the roll. Only 2 to go, and despite of Duel already being taken down, they can still fight back.
No! They're getting shot from the back here. What's happening right now? As we do see that BTR is taking these fights, it looks like Aurora is starting to get involved with 2 low members of AG. Can they actually recover? Exposed to the elements, and even Koja, they quickly split the map in half to deny line of sight. And BTR are the ones who get eliminated as Falcons here with an early third on 2 of the members of AG. On a fire and Keroro, they want to clean this up. They found one. Sypha goes to his knees. 2 quick shots coming in from On Fire to end it. And now the rest will slowly make their way into the blue. They can take the damage. It's still too early to make them run away.
Yeah, I mean, not so much of damage, but Team Falcons really want to bring in the point. Hanoi right now in trouble, 1v2 situation, but On Fire goes down, and 590 pickup is being done right now, but it will be troublesome if they will not be able to bring back their teammates. I guess AG Global managed to get one of their teammates back and let Do run away. Team Falcons right now, 10 elimination. Who's welcoming them? This is GOW. Another engagement between these two teams. Let's see who's going to win.
Yep, the limit, doing limit things, right? Just, oh wait, he sees the launch arm right up to the roof. He's got to make these shots actually count because 3 members are, and all 4 members actually make it to the top. They take down Dion, get a shot in the back, couldn't respond fast enough. Cooking up that nade, Keroro, he wants the big one. He wants the holy hand grenade to actually launch. The cluster is good, but not good enough as it goes wide into the air. And that's a little unfortunate. Falcons, they end up losing the verticality and have to figure out a way to get back on top without getting punished too hard. They're going to go for the boost. Double blue wall with 1 man to help them step their way up. And they have to hold positions.
Oh, glue wall melter right now. Just remove some of the covers that has been brought in by GOW. Limit 7, a little bit too close though, but managed to get away. Now the tables have been turned. It is GOW tanking the blue. Limit 7 will be trying to recover and getting away from that compound, but who might be able to see them from afar? It's RRQ. Good rotation being done by the rest of Team Falcons just to make sure that they will not be stuck in the open and can also go for the backstab.
Well, they're going to try their best here, and the backstab seems to be good enough. GOW is actually getting involved pretty heavily as they manage to find a headshot, and that's going to start cleaning up the rest of the Falcon members. No problems whatsoever as AEG get to sneak away because of all of the commotion to the northern side of the newly deployed ring. Now, with 1 member down, it doesn't mean that they're out just yet. However, blue is starting to tick away at their life totals. On Fire, able to find Ton in the nick of a time. Deanne will quickly run into the compound to start looking for an opportunity to flank. Limit, he's holding. He's such a strong anchor. Trying to make sure that these flanks don't come through. They've got the extra information, but there's also a vending machine to bring back their boy.
Yeah, Pina will be recovered, will be revived, and the rest of the teams are just sharing resources, though there's a lot of resources and has been laid out already. But Dion is not out, not done just yet, but there it goes On Fire, just hunting them, and they have 14 elimination, down to 7 teams remaining, and a lot of engagement happening on the other side. Shindo bringing that M79, but they have been taken down, and that is RRQ that brought them to that situation before they went out.
Oh wait, hold on, we're not done just yet. Since Mochi is down, BRU, they felt like they were weak, and BP made a mistake. They jump into the full engagement and may have just costed them the entire round. Saming is still on the outside, but they managed to find 1. And that's good, because for AG, this could be everything that they've been looking for. A weakened BRU. No, they don't get the elimination as well. The pick's not going to come through with any conversions at all. The next ring is going to be coming out, and Sypha is getting eliminated. That's another member of AG Global taking punishment as we see Saming managing to launch himself across the board and survives. He's not taken out just yet, even though Zeus is right there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that they will be able to fight back. But for Hanoi, not so much. Barros will be in there. But no! Suez managed to bring them down. N590. Team Barros, solo player, not out just yet. But on the other side, Barros has been brought down by FGL coming from Get High. And when it looks to the numbers, it's Team Falcons with a full squad against 3 players from Boreo United, 1 AG who's just waiting. And let's see on how it's going to turn up. That AG Global player, they know how to hide out. Hanoi might be able to clutch this if the battle of BRU and Falcon starts off.
Oh, here we go. It looks like they want to go for a centered strategy, right? 3 members of Falcons are hunkering in the center, expecting to get shot from all directions. Hanoi even getting involved, helping with the first initial pick. But Wasana, he might be in some trouble. He's finally outflanked this time with On Fire going for the wide. It looks good as Kororo as well as Limit is applying so much pressure and damage. They need to start applying it to Jonah as well as Get High. However, Hanoi is still on their side. They're not too worried about that. They don't mind giving him the positional points as long as they are the ones who come out on top. On Fire engages completely into Jonah and Get High and manages to take him down. Just enough damage to the blue afterwards. A Booyah secured for Falcons.
The deadliest ring around the rosy that we saw out there. I mean, you are being shot and still tanking the blue. Definitely damage will be felt, but for Team Falcons, they managed to survive, and it's not just Limit X7 who's using that sniper to perfection. Even Kororo with that SVD managed to take down Wasana, and that starts off their victory in this fight as we look into the final battle, the final shot from Team Falcons.
Just pushing them out of position, right, in these final rings. They realized that they only saw 2 members. They counted the numbers. It's either AG has 2, which is not likely because they were shooting at them earlier, so they can predetermine the number of members that BRU have. So again, really great stuff, right? It's bold to take a very centered approach to these final rings, especially when you know you can easily get headshot on your sides from AG. You just have to eliminate the process really quick, make a fast decision because On Fire was not going to stop.
Yeah, ain't no stopping On Fire. Even on the previous engagement that we saw earlier, I mean, Team Falcons has become aggressive because they don't want to be left out, and we'll have to find out in a bit how much higher they brought themselves in the leaderboard. Not only that, we have well, Burim United earlier didn't get that Booyah, but did manage a lot of points and also a lot more in this fight, but still denied of that Booyah. So a lot of engagement, a lot of turnarounds has happened. Those at the top earlier is now at the bottom. Well, we'll have to see if it will still change because we are looking at 4 more matches after this.
4 more matches to determine who gets that free buy. And you can see how aggressive these teams are. No mercy whatsoever. It's either we find them, we're not going to farm them, we're just going to take you out straight away. No questions asked about it. And you can see that everybody is taking these engagements extremely seriously, right? They're trying to be fast, they're trying to be efficient. Sometimes the layout doesn't really help. A little unfortunate, some may say, for some of these squads like AG. Yes, they managed to recover afterwards, but the people who engaged them took the brunt of the force, especially from Falcons who came afterwards.
I mean, Team Falcons, this is what we want to see from Team Falcons all the time. Even the chat really love to see this, but Team Falcons just chooses not to engage that early, especially if not so much is on the line. Now that we are on the road, to be able to step into the grand final slot a little bit early compared to the others, then I guess it's time for them to really pop off. So we'll have to see, though. We are looking at 2 giants, or make that 3 giants already that made their name, though the other one hasn't taken that Booyah just yet. But they put in it's not just a dent. They really bumped off that bumper. They took off that bumper in this game. But we're going to go in for the interview right now and listen to what Team Falcons as well as Misa has to say.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview session. Right now I'm here with ใครคะ
ลิมิตครับฟอร์กอนลิมิตครับ
โอเคลิมิตได้ข่าวว่าเป็นคนเหนือไหนๆก็ไหนๆแล้วอู้กำเมืองสักนิดนึง
ใครอยากก๋วยเตี๋ยวครับใครอยากก๋วยเตี๋ยว
แปลว่าอะไร
อยากกินก๋วยเตี๋ยว
Oh. Guys, I asked him to speak northern Thailand language, and then he said he wants some noodles. That's how to say อีกรอบนึงเผื่อแบบไม่ทัน
ใครอยากก๋วยเตี๋ยวครับ
ใครอยากก๋วยเตี๋ยวนะคะ ใครคะสรุป Okay, next question. How about some insight? A lot of people might want to know about the change of plans. How about the first half and this second phase? Is there any change of plan since Tina joined? แล้วครึ่งแรกกับครึ่งหลังเนี่ยแผนต่างกันไหมเปลี่ยนไปยังไงบ้างตั้งแต่ทีน่าเข้ามา
แผนก็เหมือนเดิมครับ แล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนแค่วิธีการเล่นการสื่อสารของผู้เล่นที่เข้ามาใหม่เช่นปีหน้า
Okay. The plan is still the same, guys. Only the communication part, since Pina joined, they changed a little bit to connect together better. Alrighty. ไปไหนต่อดี ไปไหนต่อดี โอเค How about จากอะไรดีอ่ะไหนๆก็อยากกินก๋วยเตี๋ยว วันนี้เรากินอะไรมา What did you eat today since you said you want some noodles
กะเพราหมูสับครับ
กะเพราหมูสับ เมนูเส้นคิดระดับประเทศ
ซิกเนเจอร์
สุดๆ stir fried holy basil with pork ไข่ดาวไหม sunny side up
ไข่ดาวไม่สุก
ไข่ดาว yolky sunny side ups guys วันนี้จะเข้ารอบไหม แล้วตั้งเป้าหมายไว้ว่าอย่างไงบ้าง
ตั้งเป้าหมายว่าอยากเข้ารอบวันนี้ครับ เดี๋ยวถ้าเกิดเข้ารอบวันนี้โค้ชจะพาเคโรโรไปเที่ยวข้าวสารครับ เคโรอยากเที่ยวข้าวสารมาก
Okay, so I asked him what's the aim of today. Is it going to the grand final? And he said he wants to go to the grand final, and if they can make it, his coach will bring Kiroro to Kosan Road. I don't know why, and don't ask me why either. Alrighty, last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans who are watching right now? เอาเป็นภาษาเหนือนะ อยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆบ้าง
คิดตึงที่บ้านครับ คิดถึงที่บ้านมาก ไม่ได้กลับบ้านนานแล้ว
คิดถึงที่บ้านคิวถือสุดๆ คิดตึงนะคะ ถูกไหม
ตึงครับคิดตึง
คิดตึงนะคะ He said he missed going home because he's been away from home for a long time. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for the interview session. Now let's head back to the shoutcasters. Bye.
Bye, Misa. Thank you very much, Misa and Limit X7. I mean, one of the best acquisition, 14,000 right here, and hopefully Pina will also turn out to be the best, because so far with the introduction of Pina into the mix, and this is what's surprising. They are having some trouble in communicating, but they grab that booyah. What more if they had no trouble? And well, that's how Team Falcons is. They really are aiming to get that spot.
They really are. I mean, they were getting a lot of eliminations in this game. I'm curious to see the total amount they got at the very end. See how many points they're going to compare up to the rest, because this is a very high elimination count game overall, right? We saw the tough spots that we saw a lot of teams actually facing with these early engagements, but it really just depends, right? Whoever finds that mid-game circle, whoever makes a better prediction than the others, generally have a huge advantage compared to the teams coming in from the outside, unless they're able to recover. And even then, you need a God Nade or something to really turn the tides. Based on what we've seen so far, let's give it up for our MVP. Purse, on fire with 7 eliminations. He is just a hard flanker on this Tatsuya. He was going wide on some of these shots.
Yeah, I mean, Tatsuya, Joseph, Nairi, and Thor, Dreki as a pet, and RGS as a weapon. So yeah, it is viable, especially in those clump opponents, and may be able to use that, but mostly on vehicles, RGS can bring in that damage. But for the rest of the teams, in terms of, I would say, composition of the skills, this is where everything will, I would say, give a glimpse of how they are going to turn up, especially with their rotation. Tatsuya, more of a rusher build for him, but for the rest of the gang, A124, Iris, and Coda. So I guess there's they're really doing something different to be able to get all those points.
That's so dirty. That's why they want to play the way that they do, right? They send the Tatsuya in for those long flanks. They keep Keroro, Pina, and as well as Iris clumped up together, because if you utilize Koda on top of Iris, then you can see right through where people are trying to flank. And Iris generally didn't care about cover in the first place. Now she can see where they have to be rather than having to tag them through the blue wall in the first place. At the end of it, they are going to be able to acquire 17 total points on top of that 12. Holy, they are scoring big time for their second map.
Yeah, but we saw Burim United grab 18 and the battle is not yet over. So let's see if that is something that might change the tide in terms of this game. But love how it is that they're using different skills right now. It's a combination of information, survivability, as well as attack. And for the key player, there's no Team Falcons here. All Burim United was signed with 9 elimination and 3,693 in the damage, plus get high with 11 assists.
Woo. I mean, every single stat is just owned by BRU at this point. Really makes you wonder whether or not they're going to be taking that number 1 spot or number 2 after this. We'll see in just a little bit, right? Because BRU this time around, unfortunate because it feels like Moshi has been taken out in the majority of these fights. Even in the previous map, right? Moshi, yes, he is making shots connect. He's getting a couple of pickoffs, but he's also the first one to go down. At the end, it's still a 2-point difference between the teams. Just goes to show that placement is the place.
Yeah, I mean, placement is where... But the thing is, placement, there's a limit. There's a cap in terms of placement. And Royale United knows that. Thus, they are playing for elimination. But for Team Falcons right here, yes, they have it this game, but they didn't do so much well from the previous one. If I'm not mistaken, they were ranked only 3 in terms of a placement point, and thus Royale United grabbed the first spot in today's standing after 2 games.
They gotta be consistent here. Again, 2 games, very high eliminations coming out from both of them, and that's what BRU is coming to play, right? It's not, again, this is just a simulation of what a champion point rush might even look like. How quickly these teams are able to accumulate these points, especially if things are going their way, on top of the fact that, as you mentioned before, there is no cap to amount of points you can earn through the eliminations.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, more eliminations, more chances for them to be that number 1 spot. But is that the end? I mean, is that a preview of how it's going to end? Because so far, it's not just Burim United who pop up. Evos Divine, Team Falcons, a lot of teams really showing up at this point, and we're only in the second game. 4 more maps to go. 3 already identified, and we still have a random map. If this is a map-based game, we might be able to tell who it is, but we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, more matches continue, so don't go away.
Hello, Grisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have?
Okay. Time to save the day again! What's happening?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Free Fire World Series SEA Spring Edition 2025. Things have been going well and really heated up here. I'm Cassie getting cute as well as Neptune here at the desk for you guys. And keep in mind, you better stay refreshed this time around and energized because these games are hot and full of gas.
Yeah, it seems like they have chugged down a couple of Red Bulls already. All aggressions coming in from all sides of the spectrum, and we want to see more. We love to see more of the teams really pop off, elimination-wise, placement-wise. We just want that #1 spot being taken away game after game.
Yeah, that would be the most ideal position to be in. But the one thing that's going to stay consistent is Red Bull, because they're going to be our official energy drink partner for both this spring edition as well as fall. Now, remind yourself, hashtag get a taste for more, because we want to see these teams show up even harder as well. Evos Divine being one of them, taking the Booyah in game number 1, but getting cursed not going into game 2 that well. Same goes for Heavy on top of that, right? 2 early bow outs.
Yeah, I mean, it's so unfortunate for them, and they haven't gotten any points just yet. So let's see if Heavy will be able to fight back this time around. So far, despite of Evos though being taken out a little bit early, they managed to place themselves on the 3rd spot by the end of 2 games. So let's see what more they can bring in. Again, elimination really does matter. A lot has been done, especially from Bordeaux United. Thus, even like no Booyah, no problem for them as long as they are on that #1 spot.
Yep, and they continue to perform, right? Very consistently in every single match. Teams have been struggling, especially when they make first contact against Buriram to win out in these fights. We haven't seen BRU in a position where they are too completely defeated. The most we've seen is 1 pick missing, and they have to play as a trio, whether it be the early, the mid game, or even the later stages of the game. They are literally still a threat.
Yeah, let's head over to the game schedule and check out what is up next for the teams right here. We just finished game number 1 Nextera, and then game number 2 Purgatory. We're jumping into Kalahari. You know how it is. Kalahari, most of it is being taken by RRQ, if not most Indonesian team, but there's also a huge chance that Virtus Pro will be able to come back right here, because this map is where they grab 4 Booyahs for the first phase of a knockout stage.
They have been extremely consistent on Kalahari. They might have got a competitive edge coming into this map, but I think we stick with the basics, right? We're expecting Refinery to be a big hot zone coming in for a lot of these Indonesian teams, considering the playstyle that we've seen so far. We'll see whether the flight path is going to force a lot of teams into early engagements again. If we get a neutral one, I think that's where it's going to get interesting, because again, hotspots are going to be contested, but Virtus Pro coming at 123 points as their personal best on this map so far has been difficult to beat. #1 spot, BTR in 2nd, and even Evos Divine in 3rd. All 3 of these teams have had really hot games in the earlier stages of the competition.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this is mostly Indonesian, an Indonesian map, because who follows Evos Divine on number 4 is RRQ. They're not popping off. They're being taken out from their refinery a little bit early, or they're not getting so much engagement from that area, because a lot of teams are trying to get away from that, knowing that RRQ will be sniping them from afar. So Kalahari, the sniper's nest, I would say, in terms of map, and we'll love to see more. That hook gun that really changes the pace of the game. It's like the entry and the exit that you can use with that. But one question though is who's going to hot drop Borneo United, because from phase 1 there's a lot or a few teams who are bold enough to go for that spot.
Yeah, no, a couple of teams have tried so far. I mean, I think we've only seen a little bit of success in map number 2, where they were able to take down at least one of the members, forcing them more towards the northern side of the map. This time around, I'm not so sure, right? Because again, Kalahari is very open, but there are some edge fights that we are expecting, like Mammoth being one of them, Stone Ridge possibly, but usually around Refinery, Command Post, and even the Sub being two spots that we see very often for these Indonesian teams to drop before making their way to Refinery.
Yeah, let's see though in what rotation they will be taking. And still, I'm crossing my fingers right now that I'm off camera right now. You would have seen me cross my fingers for a tough flight path. I've been hoping for that every time I cast, because I envy you and AJ. You saw two,
I think
two of those.
We saw week 3, day 3. I think we saw like 4 out of the no. 4 out of the 6 maps being very skewed.
And well, that's luck for you. Probably like the universe doesn't want to give out that much every time I'm on the stage. I'm on the desk, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I will have my moment. Not really regretting any moment. I'm not getting a tough flight path, but you know how it is. As casters, you want to see early engagement. You want to see how they pop off when there's only a few loots that they have, because so far mid-game you're already set up, you're already prepared. You have the assault bunker that you have taken, a few areas already that you've rotated in, a few elimination that has been done already, so they can grab more of those resources. And a better gauge of how strong a team is how they act when you hot drop. Like once you go in for that early engagement with no resources at all.
Yeah, we've seen teams really make use of every single style of weaponry in the game so far. Some don't even have like proper weapons in the end game ring, which is rather surprising considering the amount of body bags left across the map. Regardless, we're gonna have to wait and see, right? These teams, as they are getting prepared, they're probably thinking about their strategies coming into this one, because each one of these points need to count. They need to make it work. Obviously, we're gonna be looking more towards our top 3 teams of this map itself, VP being one of them, whether or not they're going to take an outer ring approach or an inner ring approach. Because so far, based on what we've seen in the past 3 weeks, is that inner ring approaches have been practiced continuously. I'm not sure whether in scrims, but definitely up on stage.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of advantage if you're in a ring, but most of the time, less engagement. So unless you're like a team like AG Global or Borneo United, Team Falcons, who will be able to get eliminations from afar and then just wait for them to rush in, and you know that you can fight back once they're in your area, then yeah, that's a good strategy. But for some teams, they just go in, wait, like as much as possible, be efficient as ever. So they wait for each phase of the circle, travel less and less as they go into probably phase 4, and then that's where they use up all their resources when it really matters. So it's just a matter of tactics. Whatever they wish to use, hopefully they get all the points.
Again, I'm excited to see how this one's going to play out, right? You can see that a lot of teams are pretty hungry, and especially after the past couple of maps, I would assume that teams would now try to kind of keep in competitive league with everybody else by trying to hold on to points and getting into early engagements. But with that being said, though, it looks like it's time for us to start loading up into the planes and get ready for the drop onto the map.
Oh yeah, Kalahari, the hottest map overall for the hottest game, for the hottest tournament of today. And looking at a flight path, I will still be disappointed, but everyone from that plane will be smiling because they have a clear view of where they will be dropping. Stone Ridge mostly is being taken by Borem United, but Jonah heading over to Santa Catarina, getting a few of those information. Evo's Divine and Heavy will be starting it off hot on confinement. And where else are we going to see some hot drops? I think a little bit more up north of this map.
Yeah, even on this other side, between the sub and as well as WAG, who I'm pretty sure went to Mammoth as they usually do, but that might just be an early knockdown. Gochio finds it with the help of the Riptide Rhythm to open up the angles. PLS1 is going to be looking to hold on, but it looks like 2 already down, and that's going to be 2 points for Evos Divine.
Para foul that puts in a lot of damage at this point, but let's see if this UMP from Ray up close and personal, but it will not work that easily because PLS1 managed to bring him down. It's a good thing Coach Chill will be in there for the backup. And once again, Team Heavy being taken down early. 3 matches already, and a little bit of flex coming from Evos.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Yul, he's got to do it. It's like, no body armor, no problem. We still have a man advantage. Now, with confinement on their side, they're going to, as per standard protocol, they throw down their UAV, expecting scouts or maybe even thirds to be coming nearby. We see that Allen really far out of the way, even throwing his own UAV to scout out the road ahead of him as he takes his time to loot all the way up to that northern point.
Yeah, I guess Allen knows where some stragglers will be, thus taking 1 elimination already. And for Clearing Dress WAG, they will be scouting out Mammoth. Despite our, this place, this area has a lot of loot and also a few of those vending machines just in case they will be getting into an early engagement. But nothing happening just yet, and this is something expected from Kalahari because of you don't want to be in or out in the open the most part of this map. Then you will just be hiding out. Looting phase will be a little bit longer. But RRQ right now, I think they have been distracted, getting the attention by Chinoy.
They spot him out, but I don't think they have the weaponry to really capitalize on it, so they just eliminate their presence off of the map. They don't want to give that information just yet, but it looks like Sypha is going to mark them. That's a little unfortunate. That means that they're going to have consistent information of where they are. As we look at BRU by Stone Ridge, moving towards the southern side, they did see Vamos land towards sub. They're trying to double check whether or not they need to go there. Maybe even look for a couple of vehicles of their own, because if they wanted to play real safe, they could just take a straight path down a command post, but they don't mind because they're at the edge of the ring, and how BRU plays is like a slow building tide, right? But with that UAV out, that's going to be presence, and that's going to be information for BRU to work with.
Yeah, slow building tide, and then it racks up as a tsunami later on. So Borem United, let's see if they'll be able to wipe out God of Wolf at this point. They know that BRU will be in this area. Both Yanbin and Ton will be rushing in. But there goes the stand using that Coda, and the dance is on.
First contact has already been made. Ton, his position might just be compromised. They expected it, but they're all coming from the same direction. Wasana's going to take the height. He sees the end, and Jonah trying to creep up on it. And no, the shots are good. Wasana finds 1 and will find the instant elimination. Dian will be brought back by Demon, but Moshi finds his own to making sure that his shots actually count, and also gets the elimination. They do get a trade back, but Jonah is quick to make sure that Get High doesn't get eliminated in time. God of Wolf has suffered major wounds in this conflict.
Yeah, major wounds indeed, but they're not out just yet. Now, for Team VP versus Pro, I don't think they will be hunting for Vamos at this point. They will be going in a different direction, but they have sights on them. It's WAG right now who's putting so much pressure on this team, and probably this is the reason why Virtus Pro moved away. They don't want to be caught off guard on a third party, and we know how WAG really wants to catch up into the points. Thus, aggression is on. I'm not quite sure if they have the key to this assault bunker. They do, and this will be a tough WAG to beat, but no! It's Virtus Pro who beat them to it.
What? What was the angle here? I just saw headshot after headshot after headshot after headshot. What happened to Vamos? How did VP end up finding the perfect angle here? Now, before we get into that, command post is highly contested as both teams have already, they know exactly where each other's positions are going to be with the help of that elimination contract. The assault bunker has already been taken, and that's information that Wasana can work with. He notices Cochil, he notices Aim God in there, and also Ray hopping over. So they know that there's 3 in the assault bunker, and Asha takes the first shot, forcing Wasana out of position.
Yeah, that's a tough spot definitely for Wasana out in the open. Only that ridge to save him as well as a glue wall. But they are aiming for this assault bunker. But they're a little bit too late though, and Russia has their eyes on him. And let's see if there will be a backup that will be coming in. Nades will be thrown right there, and an opening to be able to take down that glue wall. Jonah right now, let's see if he has a grenade or probably grenade launcher, but no M590 in hand, but managed to get away from those melters.
Yeah, so far, Ray is the one who's currently holding on to the elimination contract so far. On the opposite end, it's Moshi who's the one who is marked, right? So as you can see, he's taking a large off angle just to pull Rashia's attention, just in case he needs to look the opposite side. And so far, BRU has played this perfectly, right? Trying to instigate the battle, this 3v3, as Ray looks to reposition himself to do the exact same thing. And that's why you see that Get High, and as well as Wasana, had to calm down for a little bit after trying to assault the assault bunker.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Russia has eyes on Jonah already. Anyone who goes in assault bunker will be spotted and will be shot by Russia. And the distraction of Cochil and Aim God might give Ray that opening on the flank. So let's see. Here comes a full-blown rush apart from Moshi, who's on the other side just backing them up. But if they can take down Russia at this point, then it might be easier for them to fight back the rest.
Oh, good nade. Get High gets brought down to 50% as Aim God quickly turns the corner to force them into Rashia's line of sight. Moshi is able to find Rashia though with a good headshot. And now, knowing that they don't have Overwatch, BRU happily sit on the inside of this compound, knowing that their heads are going to be safe. Wasana, the next to fall as Cochil is able to find one back. So he needs to kind of hold this front. Jonah being that man, being that frontliner, is to get Wasana back up on his feet, to get back into the engagement. Aim got the next to fall. Not enough to get this team going, but too little, too late, as the rest of the members are slowly getting picked off one by one, with the overwhelming advantage coming in from BRU.
Cochil will not be chilling. He has 2 crosshairs on him. And let's see, switching over to the other side, the team that took down Team Vamos as a surprise will be challenged by RRQ, and Nameless right now will try to get away just to make sure that he is not HP-less at this point, as dudes will not be letting go. Chased overall, but I think he fell for it. He fell for that trap, and he lost them. They just lost him, and he is safe unless someone goes in for a scan and sees him. But I don't think that's done. Binocular is already used, but it was placed wrongly. And here comes RRQ 18 Deer trying to go for the fight 1v1 with a Bay, but it will be to no avail. Nameless is out.
Nameless, nearly. If 18 Deer had not spotted him out and jumped ahead, he might have been able to find picks of his own. Now, we come back as AEG Global is dealing BTR on the opposite end. Tony takes down Cypher, but Hanoi is able to find one back. Dude gets a headshot onto Kyung, turning the tides and allowing AEG to have the man advantage. Finds 2 eliminations of their own. Another one from Du onto Faiz, eliminating BTR. 2 quick headshots to put BTR into the dirt.
It's really tough if you don't have sights on Du, and like he has a huge distance from the engagement. He will be able to take you down through a headshot. Now let's see if this will work on Team Falcons, who is just on the other side, but they need to move. This is second going to third phase up the circle, but as we look at the standings right now, it's Brilliant United who has a lot of points, and if I'm mistaken, how they were placed earlier, they are in a good spot. For Team Falcons, they are flying in a good spot as well inside that blue, but Brilliant United is not yet down just yet. They want to go in against Emo Divine, and Cochil is the one who goes down first.
Yep, these are free points for BRU, especially since they know that EVOS are not gonna have the loot, right? And they are just scouting these POIs out. They've already found an extra elimination point, and they also have a vending machine in case anything were to go wrong. Regardless, the sub is under their control. We cut back to AG now having to deal with a new squad, and it's gonna be Flash, right? So far, so good. Huang is able to find Saifa with a quick M5 shot of his own. Jump shots coming in. Shin able to find Hanoi. This is actually working out really well as the Zom finds Barros to try and clear out this squad. I mean, let's see whether or not Du is able to either clutch up or at the very least get his entire squad back into the battle. Lucky save here as Flash, very decisive in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see more of that engagement, but AG Global starts falling down just in that moment. But Team Falcons right now, they challenge V versus Pro at this point. Managed to go for the takedown, but the pickup has been done. Now, for 3-man rotation that is being done by Virtus Pro, FGL might be able to save them, but here comes On Fire for the rush, backs away in nick of time, and Diamond about to go down. Pina though has been beat, but Keroro managed to take down Explosive.
Man, Pina, that might have been a mistake of a lifetime, but again, the trades are still good. Nameless as well as Diamond still up. Limit was able to get On Fire back up into finding strength. Limit is going to go for the long flank around, and they hear this, and Diamond wants to be there first. Launches himself, manages to slip through the cracks. Limit, unfortunately, doesn't have the CQC. He's trying to hop away. His movement is too good before they get the headshot again. Eliminated at 9. Falcons come out big time, conquering the northwestern side of the map.
Limit was just like an eel out there. Couldn't get caught. Even up close and personal, he has, if I'm not mistaken, M82B in hand or AWM, and he couldn't do so much up close, but backup just came in the nick of time and managed to save him. Now, we are down to 7 teams remaining. WAG, they slow down a little bit, knowing that a lot of opponents will be surrounding them, especially Evo's Divine on the left-hand side and Brave United on the right. But we're only seeing one, which is Jonah on this area. Question is, where are the rest of the team?
Yeah, I think that... It's a good question. Not 100% sure. At this point in time, based on what we're seeing in the next ring closure, it's going to force a lot of these teams to actually run out in from the open. Not a lot of natural ways to get into the ring, especially if you're on the northern side, but at least that's the shortest path to get into the ring. Regardless, you do see that Allen, he's getting down and dirty. 3 blue walls to ensure that his toes are going to be safe, and now that they're exposed, Jonah is out of there. Hops out in the nick of time. This compound falls into the hands of your boy. Oh, Allen. It takes out BRU. Manages to sneak in that headshot.
That answers our question. So it's only Jonah who is the sole survivor of Brave United that we didn't see even as to how they fall. But for AG Global, full recovery has been done on Du and Barros. But for Team Falcons, they're just waiting it out. Boots goes in for another God nade in this mix, and it is Team Flash receiving it. Now they have this area. They are in their home, and no one will be able to knock in and will be unscathed in the house of RRQ.
They're so good, especially if they can play with the verticality, right? They know how to take their ones, especially have hyper awareness. Oh, Saifa! Is he gonna get eliminated though? Ah, no, just gets the knock. Luckily, Du, unfortunately, who was trying to scale up, Barros as well. He's pretty deep in there. Abe right next to him, but unfortunately, Barros has been figured out. AG were not able to recover a quadra here for RRQ. That's 11 elimination points for them so far, while still having the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for them. I mean, Barros was just hiding out. Healing sniper in hand, and Chinoy is the last guy to go down. Healing pistol onto one of the players of Evo's Divine, and it is a full squad for the final 4 team. Still, the usual suspect, apart from Brave United, that has been taken out a little bit early. So let's see though who will be going in for an early engagement, because in 10 seconds the 5th phase of the circle will be closing in.
Yeah, and it pulls towards the northeastern side, which is a little unfortunate for EVOS and as well as Falcons. They're too close to each other for one of these teams to move fast, and WAG pretty close to the ring, but realizes that there's not a lot to actually play for on that southern side. There's a pretty good chance that RRQ happily on their high ground. They lucked out on this. They get to see all the engagement as Coaching as well as Rasha has already been blasted down by dudes, and even Alan's starting to get involved, but it doesn't matter, right? As we see these teams start to fall, finally Cyrus takes out Ray. They get a double kill on top of it. It's all fine and dandy. Another squad goes down, and it's between Falcons, who've already taken significant damage coming in from Alan, and as well as WAG from that southern side. They need a way in onto the ring because RRQ's attention is currently on Falcons.
RRQ's attention is on everyone right now. Whether you turn left or right, RRQ, again, this is their house. This is their house. You cannot just knock in and take them out, especially when they have that ridge. Only a few players remaining for WAG, and there's no going away, but managed to pick up as well as try to challenge Team Falcons because this is much easier to reach compared to RRQ. A little bit of inhaler action, but Alan's already down. Here comes Cyrus trying to go for the dance, and RRQ just jumped in, says hello, and this might be goodbye to everyone, especially with the nade up in there. Full squad against this team. RRQ takes that booyah.
They make it look so easy. They made great predictions on what that ring was going to be. They play from the high ground, which is exactly what they wanted, and the ring was kind enough to gift them this game. An easy booyah for RRQ, as they always make it look like.
Dude, I mean, I don't think they really moved away from that area. They just jumped out and then jumped back into those platforms, and easy pickings. Doesn't really need those snipers. Even Dutz with a Groza managed to take 3 out of 4 players from WAG, or rather a different team that WAG is challenging, but best position overall. RRQ took it.
Yeah, it was just so very, very good here. And once you see that WAG, it was like, all right, it's either we're going to be 3 points for RRQ, or we can fight for position and start griefing Falcons, because it's either they do it or we do it. We're not in a position to argue here. So they go in for the engagement, and as soon as Abe sees this, he's like, all right, 3 points, baby, I'm getting down in there.
Yeah, well, there you have it. The booyah being taken by RRQ Kazu. Another team, once again, going back to the statement, this Kalahari is an Indonesian map, and RRQ just proves it. The only question, though, is how high will they be on that leaderboard after taking out most of the top dogs in that game?
Again, huge eliminations, right? Like 18 eliminations, I think, in total by the end of that, right? On top of the extra placement points that they're going to get. I'm curious to see who's going to get somewhere close around those numbers, right? We saw a lot of eliminations actually happening towards the mid-game, and I thought maybe mid to late is where we see these teams actually look to fight for position, but generally, just a lot of damage sitting on that low ground. Everybody was just guns out, holding each other hostage.
Pretty much like what Gurem United was planning on in game number 1 in Nextera. It's just unfortunate that Moshi was left down in the floor or down the ground while Wasan is the one on that rooftop. If in case it would be 2 of them, they could have taken that booyah in a similar approach from what we've seen RRQ. So let's hear from what RRQ has to say in this interview. So let's bring it over to Conchita, Caroline, as well as RRQ.
All right, thank you, casters. You have it, Survivors, 3rd game of the day and the 2nd booyah for Indonesia. Congratulations, RRQ Kazu. I'm here with Dutz to, of course, talk for a bit before we go and see the other matches that we still have today. Gimana kabarnya, Dutz?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Alhamdulillah baik. So he's doing great. Seeing that you guys have some difficulties when it comes to the first 2 matches, what was the turning point you think that really changed everything for you guys on the 3rd game? Lihat tadi gimana kalian sebenarnya punya beberapa kesulitan menghadapi kesusahan ya di game pertama dan kedua. Turning point-nya apa sih di game ketiga tadi yang pada akhirnya berhasil mendapatkan booyah dan memberikan kemenangan pertama kalian hari ini?
Nggak ada, cuma hoki aja tadi.
Masa sih?
Ya hoki aja.
Ah enggak, ini merendah aja nih, nggak ada. Maksudnya kayak ada pep talk atau apa gitu yang disampaikan coach sebelumnya?
Nggak ada, kita hoki doang.
Gak ada. Okay, so he's trying to play it humble. He said that it was pure luck, which I know isn't true at all because hard work does pay off, and I think that RRQ has been fixing their mistakes every step of the day, every step of the way today. Kita langsung masuk aja ke pertanyaan yang berikutnya kalau gitu. Hari pertama di pekan keempat. Everything has been pretty tough, semuanya udah cukup sulit. Tanggapan kamu sejauh ini untuk memasuki pertandingan keempat nanti, seperti apa sih panasnya persaingan sejauh ini? Aku translate dulu ya. Entering the fourth week, first day of the fourth week, how do you see the competition so far? I think everyone has been taking it way more seriously. What do you think is the hardest thing to do so far? Apa yang tersulit dan persaingannya juga seperti apa?
Persaingan week ini mungkin seru ya, karena diambil satu jadi kayak serasa final aja sih.
Bener.
Belum final aja udah serasa final.
Belum final udah serasa final, tapi
Ya.
udah berasa gak sih panasnya tensi dari game pertama hari ini udah mulai berasa belum?
Belum, soalnya belum ada negara lain di sini.
Oh, okay. I asked him whether or not he feels the tension and he said not really. Karena sekarang masih bermain dengan negara yang sama because they're still playing here with their own friends from Indonesia. And I think the tension would definitely be there when they flew to Vietnam and do the actual grand final. Last thing kalau gitu, terakhir ada yang mau disampaikan nggak buat negara-negara yang sejauh ini belum berhasil mecahin buyah dengan panasnya tensi persaingan di pekan keempat ini? Is there anything you'd like to say to the other team, to the other countries that hasn't successfully secured a buyah yet, sorry.
Gak ada sih, good
Gak
luck,
ada.
have fun aja.
Okay, just good luck and have fun. That's very kind of you by the way. Baik banget pesan-pesannya. Oke deh kalau gitu, terima kasih banyak dudes. Congratulations once again and good luck on the next match. Kita akan balik dulu ke caster, kira-kira gimana tanggapannya? Take it away casters.
Thank you very much, Conchita, Caroline, as well as dudes from RRQ. Good luck, have fun until we meet you or until you end up on our crosshairs. That's what RRQ has right now. But that is an awesome booyah coming from RRQ Kazu, knowing that this is their map. Will it be followed up by another? As we look at the highlight right now, so far they really didn't do so much in the first two maps, so I don't think they will be moving up or replacing Borem United on that #1 spot.
No, not yet. Not yet. There still needs to be a level of consistency we need to see out of RQ before we actually get that round. But even so, this is a pretty good start for them, right? Because they put a lot of damage on some of the top dogs currently in the first, second, and third places. And that's great for RRQ overall. Falcons, however, I am curious to see how many elimination points. Same goes for WAG, but I gotta give it to dudes. He was right when they said that, yeah, they got a little lucky there towards the end, especially since the ring was in their favor. It was a very big 50-50 for all intents and purposes. It could have gone to the bottom side. Here's his loadout. Again, 9 knockdowns, 3,222 damage with 7 elimination, a Coda player after my own heart. The man knows when to start popping abilities, but more importantly, just wants to snowball.
Yeah, I mean, surprised as well that they brought in the Luna, fight or flight. I mean, this passive increases the fire rate by 8%. So I guess this is why they have that good chance to be able to hit them from afar, even with an AR, because of that passive skill. But for the rest of the teams, pretty much it is the same, especially on Maal, who's a sniper. This is the standard build right now, plus that's Suzy, because it has been mentioned before, if you keep your distance from the rest of the team as a sniper, you might as well save up those coins for a buyback later on. But for Cassie, for 18 Deer, who's a Cassie, and quite surprisingly, 18 Deer is a support player, but you know how he moves. He's a rusher.
Hey man, you gotta have those rusher instincts. You gotta know what your boys are gonna be doing before they do it, which is exactly why he plays like a really good supporting line next to Abe, or even sometimes Dudes when it really boils down to it. At the end of it, they're coming up big time with a lot of points. Again, 18 eliminations at the end of it, plus the extra trail, putting them at 30 points. Not enough to make them jump up too high in the standings, but a lot of denial points to be given to stop some of the other squads from ascending too far out of reach.
Yeah, if my calculation is correct, there are only a few more points against Borem United. But as we look into the key players, Duts with the 7 elimination as a bomber, and Abe with 3,447 as a rusher, as well as 9 assists. So I guess the rest of the teams, from what we've seen earlier, really did the work or did a number on the other teams, especially on that final moment. And well, we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out if after Kalahari jumping into Bermuda, would it be the same for them? But for the game standing, 30 points, as you mentioned, whopping. The highs that we have for today, and those that follows is only half of it.
Yeah, man. Oh my goodness, they really made sure that a lot of these teams were coming out wounded. Even BRU, despite having 10 eliminations, weren't able to get enough placement points to make it somewhat worth it. Evos Divine as well, taking an early bow out, 7-7, but they were actually able to recover a lot better than BRU towards the final stages of the game itself. I think it's just a little unfortunate, right? VP took an early bow out because of RRQ, even Flash themselves taking an early bow out, thanks to getting in these earlier engagements first against BRU and then afterwards WAG.
Yeah, I mean, as we look at the standings, Borem United still stand tall, 11 points in between them and Team Falcons, and between RRQ and Team Falcons, it's only 9 points. But it gets closer to Evos Divine and as well as WAG. So top 4 or top 5, it might shuffle later on. We still have 3 maps to go. And quite surprisingly, I mean, it's still early and we're already done with 3 maps.
3 maps, we're halfway through the day, and the next map coming up is going to be Bermuda. So, I mean, for a lot of these teams who are trying to like crawl back up to catch up specifically to BRU, they're going to need these extra 2 maps, right? Because again, that point differential wants to be shortened down, but we also want to make sure that the entry level is strong enough to approach them, just like the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Guys, if you haven't gotten your hands on this beast of a machine, you're looking for a top-of-the-line phone that's going to last you for the next 2 to 3 years, this is the one that you should get.
I'm still saving up. I'm still saving up to be able to grab this. And like later on, I was like earlier before the broadcast, I was talking about how I'm like trying to rank up on Clash Squad. This will give me more of that advantage to not only rank up on Clash Squad, but also in the Battle Royale mode. But again, for those of you who are like really wanting to move up in terms of rank, why not grab that Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, because it will be an ultra experience for you overall.
Get rid of those tablets, get rid of those emulators. You just need a phone to make sure you can see your targets. That's all you need. But now, coming up into this next battle, in our game schedule, it's Bermuda, a default map that everybody knows how to play. We should be expecting a pretty standard line of play from everybody else. We need to focus on adaptations, right? For a lot of the teams who are either in the middle of the pack or haven't gotten many points, these early contestants have proven to be very punishing for a lot of squads, especially if you lose like maybe 2 out of your 4 members, right? Anything more than that, it's a death sentence.
Yeah, let's see though if that is something that they can work on, because the top 3 for this map is Evos Divine, Borem United, as well as RRQ Kazu. No Booyah, no problem for RRQ Kazu. They dealt it with as much elimination and consistency in the placement to be able to get that 112. But with the 3 Booyahs, Borem United was slowed down a little bit. I guess it's more of the waiting game, or probably not getting so much elimination because there's a lot being taken by the other team. Reminder, this is an OG map, so all rotation has been done so many times already, and it's very, very difficult to get an easy way into each phase of a circle.
I totally agree with you, but I don't know. If I was in BRU coach's perspective, it's just, hey, this is a default map. Let's just keep up with what we're doing so far. Get those eliminations early on. These last rings have been a little unfortunate, and that's it.
Yeah, let's see. And we're going to jump in to Bermuda, our map number 4, and let's see who's going to see red in the green grass of Bermuda. But I'm still wondering if this is the time. This is the time that I'm going to see a cruel flight path. But just judging from what I'm seeing right now, nope, it isn't.
You see Kota Tua, you're like, it's good, guys. We're all fine. There's nothing to worry about. How bad could it possibly be if we're just cutting right in the middle of Kota Tua? With that being said, though, it's going to be a very even spread across the entirety of the map. We're gonna have to wait and see what are these early contestants going to look like, because it looks like Heavy finally found a compound of their own. Sentosa completely controlled by AG, Vamos, Mars Electric, Factory, and as well as Rochadot. We see that Vamos is able to go with the 2-2 spread like they usually do.
Yeah, let's see if that will work for them. But for Evo's Divine, a little bit of hunting is being done by either Evos or Team Flash because they're dropping in the same area of plantation. The only question is who grabs the weapons first, and it seems like Team Falcons grab it first. That forced Coach Shield to pull out that glue wall, and the rest of the teams right now need to fight back because all those weapons plus they are gathered into one spot. It might be deadly against Evo's Divine.
Oh my god, before Evo's Divine gets completely wiped out, BTR is the first to go down. I'm not entirely sure what happened to them, but right now Ray, he is on the run for his life. He needs to pick up as much currency as possible because he knows that the Flash members are going to be chasing after him. Luckily, oh wait, no, they've already found the last elimination here. There's a revival point just across that bridge. Can he make it in time? He is on his last legs. 20% HP able. Oh, does he not? Okay, he does find the packs, but just not enough time to keep on running and doing it at the same time by the river mouth.
Yeah, let's see if he'll be going for that revival platform. I don't think he will have that time, so it's more of a vending machine. He will try to double back as to get away from sight from Team Flash, but Ray, what a good move for him. But I think Team Flash will be able to catch on because it's quite open on the other side of this area. But no, they're just passing through. No scans being done.
They're just quickly, you know, again, military doctrine here. Gotta go through one floor at a time. Oh, no way, no way. Did they not see him? They don't see him at all. They don't check the back end of the pillar. They don't see all around it and they walk away. What? They did everything right. They checked the top. They checked the second floor. They went even down to the bottom floor and Ray might just get away with this.
MP40 in hand. Locked and loaded. And it's a good thing though, like he will not be able to use it in this gunfight. But, well, he will be winning that hide and seek challenge if in case it happens. But for Team Vamos right now, they will be going down XMH from the hands of X4, but it will not be easy for the finisher. Connection though with that Cassie and June, a nade action with a Trogon pushes X4 to the side, probably in the sight of the Axel, but the Axel is off angle as well. But on the other side, Ray final being seen, and he might have gotten away from that, or the binoculars has been refreshed and he has been spotted.
Hard to say, but he was looking to trade back. He was looking for that elimination. I'm pretty sure that Flash, a very tightly knit squad, was not going to let that fly. Now the Riptide Rhythm comes on through Allen. Unfortunately, out of position. The Axel getting the first shot in, which is great. However, Jun is the next to fall. It's 3-3 so far. Vamos, again, they come in twos, so you're expecting the Axel to be by himself. His other squad mates not going to be in the vicinity to get in position just yet. And not to mention that there is a... No, it's not from WAG's side, but there has been an elimination contract already put on the other member of Vamos, so Axel just has to buy time.
Yeah, let's see if he'll be able to do so. Not quite sure where he's shooting at, but the Axel right now is just making noise to give way for June and the rest of Vamos to get away. So, like, a smart move though. It's quite a sacrifice, but let's see if that will work. For Team Heavy, still not working for them, and we're just in the first 5 minutes of this game, and Virtus Pro, like really doing it pro right now with 8 eliminations.
Oh yeah, they are finding these early eliminations. Again, the next circle has technically already been predetermined here. We're already seeing a majority of the players getting wiped off the board very, very fast. Falcons taking the slower approach. We did see that they have swapped out Pina for Potato back on again, playing on that support as per usual. Now by the northern side of Plantation, we'll see how this is going to start working out, right? They've got the launchers. It looks like they're going to go out into the blue real quick to really get themselves loaded up and have a free way to walk into the ring.
Let's see if that is really free for them. Team Falcons is still looting up. They are quite delayed and still in the looting phase, and the blue is eating them little by little. For WAG though, they have their 4 eliminations already, but judging from how Virtus Pro is doing, they will need to get away from that area where they are. Pochinok right now, very close to the middle of the map. We'll have to see though if that is where the next phase will bring them as well.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not, WAG just calm down a little, kind of, wait for the next, maybe third ring is probably where we're going to see them actually start making aggressive plays. Because again, Pochinok is, there's a lot of compounds to control. If you're looking for these early eliminations, you probably want to be on the edges of these compounds to see anybody rotating in. And it looks like, from the overview, that BRU are on that direct path.
Now let's see if Brave United will be able to take shots on WAG first before Virtus Pro will be able to step in. But WAG has been forced in to this compound, so they have an opening to deal with VP later on. But once they are pinched, it might be troublesome for this team. So not quite sure if there's an exit strategy for Brave United. And there you go, clear in right now. AC-80 in hand is trying to pressure them while Diamond is rushing in together with Nameless.
Oh, I don't know if they know this, but WAG noticing the launching of the BRU members. They don't get anybody out in the open anymore. However, they should have noticed the Riptide Rhythm that was thrown at a random building. Yes, and it looks like they still are expecting another couple of instigators here by VP side. The next ring has been predetermined, so they're starting to back away. They could have held out till the blue, but nah. Better to find your own position first. Vamos still on the recovery as GOW looking to play for position at the top of Factory.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to play an RRQ right now, though they are in the middle, so it's a safe spot, but not quite sure if they'll be able to get as much elimination as possible. But for BRU, I want to take note of this. There's a lot of teams, a lot of players who's making a mistake of using that launch pad to go straight into the opponent. And what Rhythm United has done is to spot where WAG and Virtus Pro is, and then use a vertical, or I would say tangent jump on them. But for Brave United, they have a good chance to be able to take down WAG right here because they jumped in on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just denial of space, right? WAG make the intelligent decision to head down to Mars Electric knowing that VP was on that chase. Wasana does find X-Bor, though, and that's not exactly great for WAG. I mean, it's a 3v3, it's an honest fight, man-to-man with no advantages and, more importantly, no abilities to be working with. The Tetsuya Dash does come down, but the end... Oh, wait, hold on. GOW getting shots on towards Vamos' side. Jonah as well as Moshi making this cleanup so fast. Not a single one of their members fall to their knees as they wipe out WAG.
And that is just Boreum's signature move. You know how it is. If they're primed, if they're ready, they can take out a team just like that. MP5 action though, coming from Yam Bin, be able to take down June. The only question is, will there still be any players that can revive them at this point? Because it's not looking good for Team Vamos. Every instance that we see them, one of their players is being taken out.
Yep, they've been on the road to recovery for a while now. It hasn't been good, but it looks like Falcons might just find the last remaining member of Vamos if they keep heading down to that southern side. We go back to Mars Electrical, right? We saw that how VP has decided we're going to be playing on the further south side of Mars Electric. And BRU, they're holding position. They've loaded themselves up with whatever WAG had. However, now is to decide where they want to play. Do they want to play within the silos? They know that VP is on that southern side, or do they want to control the center building? There's no way to know unless they've got the information through the binoculars.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they got that information, and hopefully they have a launch pad as well to be able to take either the compound's roof or those cranes from above. For AG Global, though, Sa Ming takes down Chinoy, and you know what happens when Virtus Pro gets a knockdown. They might be rushing in, but as you can see, Diamond already setting up that M79 for the grenade launcher, but Saming is just doing work on all those head as they pop off, but on to the other side, it's Burem United who's behind them. So making sure that that Virtus Pro doesn't make that much noise to attract that giant.
Speaking of noise, we do see that at least for Limit, he's taking his time. He already got that initial pick onto GOW's Dion, but unfortunately he gets back up as the rest of his squad looking to rush down into the second floor of the compound. Falcons, and especially utilizing the FGL, just burning the members on a top Ton. There's just no safe space for him to be in. Yanbin as well. Ton ends up going down, is on fire. He gets to make it to that third floor and quickly swarms the members of GOW, cleaning up this compound, taking the insects out. They've just got the bug spray to gas them out.
Like, walls couldn't stop us. If walls will be stopping us, we're going to pull out that FGL. And it's so quite a close combat that it will be very effective. For Limit though, oh, a takedown. And Demon will be taken down. No chance for him to respond. And next one will be Dian. M82B right there in action. But Team Flash right now with that vehicle, I know that spells trouble.
Oh, it is trouble because Shin is going to be making it inside the compound and Limit. He's all by himself on that top floor. He's trying to apply as much damage as possible as the rest of his squad looks to regroup. On Fire has to do something about this and quickly runs up in towards the top floors. He needs to take some shots, but now it's going to be Huang who keeps him unpressed. He goes into that third floor as well, and Shin unfortunately finds it. Limit gets Shin with the headshot, able to regroup with the rest of his squad and actually isolate that third floor from everybody else. Limit finds another one onto ABCD on the outside of the compartment, but AG ends up getting eliminated as Falcons have their full fighting force. Potato needs to get back up to the top. The Zom trying to get him, but they won't let him through. Limit is playing well and On Fire, just denying angles as they go back down, and Limit takes out Shin with another headshot. That's 3 for 3. One more to make it all worth it.
Wang is that annoying kid that doesn't go down that easily. And the Zom right now with the Bison. I mean, Charge Buster, Bison up close and personal. This is nostalgic overall, but On Fire or the rest of Team Falcons know how to fight, and Team Flash will be out in a flash. Wherein though they lost Limit X7, they have a good chance to go in for the fight later on. But for RRQ, 4 eliminations already missing where that final GOW member is.
I don't think they'll look back, right? Oh, they look back, but not far enough. The end is just way too deep on the side. He's playing Skyrim right now. He's glitching up mountains. He is holding his position there, not in the line of sight of RRQ, who are currently holding a pretty good spot right next to the compound, of which we do see the edge of Mars Electric still encapsulated by that ring. Regardless though, we need to see how VP get out of this because they're going to have a tough transition. They want to go through, but Zeus as well as June's not making it easy. SMG's in hand. They've got MP5s. VP decide, you know what? Let's block them off. Let's cut right through the building itself.
Yeah, I mean, this will force VP to go and jump against Burem United in the middle of compound, but they can have the safe spot for the moment because I think Burem United is distracted from gunfight coming or gunshots coming from RRQ. But GOW though we thought that that would be a safe spot for him, that noise can pull in Burem United to double back and beat VP at this point. And there goes a final nail on the coffin for GOW. Here comes Virtus Pro going for the flank, leaving Exposé behind as a standby.
Oh, and they're going to be playing on the southern side. They love this southern side as RRQ is going to be taking out the Falcons in 5th. The full engagement here between BRU as well as VP. It looks like, again, everybody had fighting strength except for Vamos. We see the Blue Wall Melters on that front line. Saming is already on his knees. Time Turner actually turning it around. Wasana tries to dodge through. Good movement, but no, it might not just be enough as we see that Potato and Diamond. Again, we see one fall, but the next to actually make it through. Nameless ends up going down, but we see that Diamond is making sure that his value is permanent. Now locked by himself, Mochi and Wasana have to play. But Mochi is the first to fall, and Wasana now left to his own accord. Dude's on the top, actually stealing away eliminations because they couldn't find the full elimination of BRU. With that, VP, 2 members down, RRQ in position to win.
RRQ started slow. Only 2 elimination last time we saw them, but positioning-wise, they're bringing Kalahari in Bermuda. That is how they got that Booyah. And now they just have to deal with 3 players. Wes, as well as June, will be busy trying to take down Diamond, who is stuck in this glue wall, and that might be it. Unless Diamond will be able to clutch this out, but nades onto them, splits Blitz to make sure that it's scattered quite well. A base stolen from him, and here comes RRQ for that steamroll, taking Vamos out, and this is it. Back-to-back Booyah for RRQ.
And you can see they're like, yes, perfect third members, perfect attempts, surgical precision like a scalpel for a brain doctor. These guys do not miss, and they take full advantage, especially with their supremacy on Kalahari. You can tell that those skills translate, especially when there are verticalities involved. Multiple floors, perfect. Windows and roofs with holes, perfect.
I mean, this is where it's not a poor man's house right now. This is a warehouse that is open for RRQ for the taking. The moment that they cleared up that area, it's just a few minutes that a few seconds that they have to wait to make sure that they can take advantage of all the chaos on this micro of a battle between Vamos and VP and RRQ full squad, and a decent amount of elimination, grabbing that Booyah, and won't be surprised if they'll be taking that #1 spot in a bit.
These guys are predators, man. They don't give you much time to recover. They smell blood. They take full advantage of the situation. That's how we see RRQ do it. But I think one thing that's really allowing them to actually stay very competitive is the fact that they have been stealing away such key eliminations. People on the floor, no worries. Let's just spread it out a little bit.
Thief! Thief! Call the police! This is what RRQ is right now. I mean, it's a good advantage for them. Keeping their distance, keeping quiet, and from that gameplay, from that Bermuda gameplay, it reminds me of how Borneo United is. Slow in the beginning to mid part of the game, and then they get into better position towards the end, take advantage of that. But Duts right now, that would be an MVP because he done so much in terms of positioning himself. But let's hear more from RRQ as we head over to CC and the interview.
Alright, thank you Caster. Survivors back-to-back Booyah untuk RRQ Kazoo! This is obviously such an achievement, and I'm here back with Duts. 2 game berturut-turut dapat back-to-back Booyah. Ada target tersendiri nggak sih yang disampaikan sama coach, atau mungkin yang memang kalian set untuk diri sendiri di hari ini? Is there any specific target that your coach has been telling you guys to reach today, or just something that you plan on doing by yourself?
Kalau target nggak ada sih, mungkin kayak lebih ke di liga kan kita jarang Booyah ya. Nah, jadi di sini kita pengen banyakin Booyah aja sih.
Oh gitu, jadi fokusnya lebih kepada pembalasan dendam apa yang tidak berhasil terjadi di liga.
Ya, di liga kita cupu nggak bisa Booyah.
So Dudes here said that considering that RRQ Kazoo had some difficulties when it comes to the league on getting Booyah, they're trying to do a comeback here. They're trying to do more and to get more Booyah here on FFWSC. And I think that's such a great plan because this is exactly what we need from the Indonesian team. We need them to excel, and we need them to get through to the grand final. Tadi kayaknya aku ngelihat ada beberapa tema yang sama dari RRQ di game sebelumnya dan juga game ini, di mana positioning jadi fokus kalian. Kita lihat kalian juga beberapa kali dapat higher ground dan pada akhirnya menguntungkan juga. Apakah memang itu strategi yang coba diarahkan sama coach untuk bermain lebih fokus pada peta dan juga posisi? Aku translate dulu ya. So the theme that I'm sensing here from the 3rd match and the 4th match is that you guys have been focusing more on the position. Is that something that the coach are telling you guys to do, or is it just, again, in your word, pure luck, keberuntungan seperti yang tadi kamu bilang?
Gak tahu sih, kayak nggak pernah nemu musuh aja di rotasi. Bukan main gimana-gimana, cuma nggak pernah nemu musuh aja.
Oh, okay. So for them, it's just kind of strange because they feel like they rarely meet any enemies when it comes to the rotation. So I guess it's not really something that they plan on doing, but it happened anyway, and it become one of their upper hands in the end. Oke, terakhir kalau gitu. Masih ada 2 pertandingan lagi. Dan kalau kita lihat ini kan sebenarnya trennya positif ya. Apa yang bikin RRQ Kazu tuh bakal berusaha mati-matian untuk makin nge-push lagi dan tampil semakin all out lagi? Dukungan apa sih yang mungkin bisa dibilang jadi pecut terbesar buat kalian? What is your biggest motivation to excel and to achieve more when it comes to the last 2 games that we have today?
Mungkin karena SEA Games juga sih, kita harus kasih yang terbaik lah.
Karena berhadapan sama lawan-lawan dari Asia Tenggara dan pengen untuk bikin Indonesia lebih bersinar gitu ya?
Ya.
Yes. Okay, so basically because they're playing for the Southeast Asia region, they're trying to do more. They're trying to make Indonesia one of the toughest country to beat, I think. And that is amazing. That's great. We hope that could happen. Terima kasih banyak, dudes. Congratulations once again, and survivors. We're gonna get back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
And there you heard it. You heard it from Dudes himself. They're looking at, hey, we may have flunked, not getting as many booyahs, you know, ending at the top of the standings of week 3 and looking at like number 1 champs teams. But this time round, they're really bringing the heat. They really want that grand final slot.
Yeah, I mean, why not? We talked about it in the beginning of this broadcast. If you have a chance to grab that spot, make sure that you have that you are well prepared come grand final. Why not? And that is what they're doing right now. And despite of all the pressure coming from different teams, especially the top dogs like Brahim United, Team Falcons, WAJ, I would say they are doing quite well, especially with double booyahs already. And won't be surprised if they can probably take over that number 1 spot by the end of this map or once that game standing shows up. But I think Brahim United has made decent enough elimination as well to catch up, because as we saw earlier from the previous map, they were taken out early, and you know Brahim United doesn't take that lightly.
No, they do not. But I'm so curious because, again, I think that, you know, Falcons were playing a strong game. Limit was like really clutch up, landing those headshots, but at the end, that final third coming in from RRQ denied so many points from, again, from VP and as well as Buriram United. 3 eliminations, but 2,310 damage with 6 knockdowns coming again from RRQ dudes.
I might be seeing AC80 on the board right now, but he's done well with Groza. Carrying over from Kalahari here in Bermuda, and that Luna really made it work. I mean, the increased fire rate, the increased rate of fire, regardless of what weapon it is, especially on the sniper, you will be able to hit your target as quickly as possible. But pretty much similar for the rest of the teams, active and passive skill from the previous map, and this is working. One of the team who played around, get away from the meta, and is using it to their advantage or to their game style. RRQ is doing quite well.
They're doing very, very well. In total, 14 elimination points by the end of it. Not as high as their previous runs, but good enough, especially with the extra 12 points that they're going to be getting from the Booyah itself. We'll see how everybody else is doing, because again, I would say that this game, again, teams who are trying to recover have just been preyed upon. If not, it's a full squad wipe. Vamos is a pretty good example. They were trying to recover until the very end, and even then, they got some pretty good points. But let's give it up for our key players. Diamond playing it real hot today on his entries, but Limit, holy cow, the number of crazy shots he's landed so far to turn fights around is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why he got that spot on Team Falcons. Damage overall from a distance, a knockdown that he has done as a sniper, and it's just a follow-up probably that is missing. That key factor, or probably it happens towards the middle part of the game, wherein there's a lot of contention, a lot of steals that can be done. But as we look at the game standings right now, 26 points, and judging from Brahim United, they did 11 points. So I don't think that number 1 spot will be given out just yet to RRQ. For VP though, they had a decent, good amount of elimination overall, and that is just something that they really need. Especially they didn't do so much well from game 2 and game 3, so they just are in here to catch up.
Yeah, they really are. Well done to RRQ. The best possible scenario for them. BRU only getting 11 points. They basically doubled their points and got a little bit extra on top of that to start creating that buffer that they needed. With that being said, let's look at today's standings. BRU still on top, but RRQ 5 points behind them. Falcons 4 points behind RRQ, with BRU still sitting on top at 73.
And WAG is 19 points from Team Falcon. So that's the threshold. Top 3 already, and we're just counting in to the last 2 maps. And as much as I want spot 4 to the rest to be able to catch up against Bremen United, RRQ, and Team Falcons, it's tough right now. Alpine is being dominated by one of these top 3 teams, and it might be a good chance for BRU to pull away or RRQ to take that number 1 spot. We'll have to see though. We'll have to see. Match number 4. 4 matches already done, and we are up to game 5 plus a random map. So a lot more might be happening, Gideon.
Yeah, so much more to happen here. We're gonna, again, to calm down for a moment, we're gonna go on a short 3-minute break, and when we are back, FFWS is gonna be bringing you the best gameplay.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. Hopefully you are refreshed and still energized after that break because a lot more will be happening. We have game number 5 as well as a random map on game number 6. And so far, Brim United is topping everyone despite of not having any booyahs. On the caster says, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Gideon Q.
Yep, guys, keep in mind, use that hashtag get a taste for more every single time you're discovering a new Red Bull flavor, because let me tell you, based on what I've been seeing off of the flavors, I haven't even tried all the flavors. I've tried like 2 out of the 4 potential flavors that I've seen so far. Too many colors, too many things I haven't tried yet, and I'm jealous, let me tell you.
Wow, we might have a chance. You might have a chance to grab that. There's a lot more, or you might not be able to catch up with the production of Red Bull because I believe there's a lot more that they will be introducing in terms of flavor, especially as this one that they have released or that was shown earlier. It's really popping off that quickly. But speaking of popping off, we'll have to find out if Brim United can maintain their #1 spot, secure their first spot for the grand finals, or will it be taken away by RRQ? Because that back-to-back booyah is something else.
That back-to-back booyah is going to give them a lot of energy and a lot of fuel coming into this next map, right? Keep in mind, 2 maps left, and the margins are extremely thin. If one of these teams underperform, there's a very good chance an overtake is going to happen. If both of these teams don't perform well, guess what? There's still 3 other teams looking for those spots as well.
Yeah, I mean, as we look at the game schedule, Alpine, normally I would say this is a Brim United map, but when it comes to the numbers so far, it's RRQ who topped it from the phase 1 of the knockout stage with a total of 151, leaving Brim United, though, 2 booyahs, but they were a little short in terms of placement. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see, though. It's still a battle between those 2, or Team Falcons, who's also very close behind, might be able to steal it away. And you know how it is. Team Falcons, when it really matters, they swoop in and take it away from those unsuspecting teams.
But this is Alpine, right? RRQ has dominated this map. Same goes for BRU. That's what they're known for. More for BRU, to be fair. But BTR is amongst those numbers. And unfortunately, BTR has been bowing out super early on in a couple of these maps, really hurting their odds of getting #1.
Yeah, let's see though if they will be given that chance. So far, they're a little bit too far though in terms of contention, currently on the 11th spot, followed by Heavy, who is not doing well. All of the 4 maps, only 1 point has been grabbed by this team. So it's either they choose a different drop spot, and we know how it is. If you are probably dropping safe into one area, there's a few more that is lurking around to beat you to it. So let's see if that is the one thing that Heavy can get away, or probably not today. Probably a different day when it comes to phase 2 of knockout stage. There's a lot more that will be happening, and Alpine will be next in this mix.
I mean, the team is definitely going to be a little demotivated coming into this next game, but doesn't really matter. They got to put on a good performance. Guys, it is time to start loading up into the plane. Ditch the Hawaiian shirt and put on some winter wear. We're going to go to the high heights, the snowy mountains of Alpine itself to make sure we figure out who's coming into this last random map as the top competitors.
And here we go, another fair and beautiful flight path slicing through this map from the south to the north. Early drops already being done by BTR onto Vantage. Team Flash taking Blueville, and AG Global might be taking part Stadium as well as Ride. JOW will be taking Base Camp, and hot drop might be happening in this area towards Fusion, if not an early engagement once Team Flash heads over there with Team Falcon.
Oh boy, looks like we'll see how that's going to play out. We'll see that maybe Team Flash might be looking for an opportunity to eventually, sneak their way in, but without anything happening on the southwestern side in terms of early engagements, they're probably going to regroup. Regardless, though, we are going to see that a majority of our teams, especially when it comes down to the top dogs, are going to be generally safe, you know? Not going to be expecting early engagements. We'll see how they play it from that point onwards. As the ring does envelop just the majority of the map, but cutting through the Lake of Carousel, it's going to give RRQ a pretty good idea of where they want to end up. They can start making their way down the road to Malaysia or straight into Sunside to play verticality.
Yeah, I'll have to see though. It's more of a rotation, and here comes a contract being brought in to June, and again, it's quite like everyone has already taken their spot into drop spot. No hot engagement, but a few that is very close against another team. So it's up to them to stack up on the resources. WAG might be meeting up with AG Global. One player, one straggler will be on one side, and the UAV might be able to spot it in a bit.
Now they switched. Now EVOS Divine have decided to switch out Russia for Airbags, and I think they were expecting an early fight here. And Airbags immediately, we're talking about him. He finds the headshot, double headshot on ABCD, taking out an early member and a quick elimination for EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's really worth it. That substitution is worth it, and he is just making work at that point. Now, for the rest of the teams, though, Team Falcon might be able to catch up on those engagement, on those gunshots that happen, but we'll have to see. Again, another slow start that we rarely see, though. Probably they don't want to be losing those composures. They want to stack up on the points, despite of how close it is. It will still be they will be sure to put them in a good ranking so that they can stay up onto the next day.
Yeah, here by Stadium, however, we did see that AG's initial drop spot was three man in Stadium, one towards Rye's side, and it looks like the Rye guy has been intercepted by the Vantage stragglers here, which is going to be BTR Delta. Now, they're making their way into Stadium, and it looks like this is very well rehearsed, right? They knew exactly what was going on, especially after that drop site, and now they're coming in full force to try and take over the main compound here by Stadium.
And let's see if that is what they will take as for rotation. For AG Global, though, they have to be careful. It's Chinoy who will be spotted by Kyong a little bit too late in reaction, but that Rebel Rush managed to save him. 3 players about to take him down, and not so much of backup, though. I'm pretty sure Ju has his sights on this area just to make sure that Chinoy is safe, and here comes the rest of the team.
The reaction time, both dropping their glue walls, but they're quickly trying to use resources to get as many chunk outs as possible. We do notice that at least the AG members are in line of sight of MKS. Sypha needs to bait them into this, right? However, they've got a decent crossfire. Oh, actually dropping the active card pretty early on to maintain health. It looks like the resources may have just been depleted, right? With the majority of their members not actually having med kits ready to go. Kyong Dixon as well as Koja on the opposite side. The ring around Rosie is dangerous because, again, this is an early battle. Not everybody is going to be having the glue wall melters ready to go. Oh, wait, side shots here as AG forced to move out of position as GOW wants to get involved.
Yeah, I mean, Sypha and is not backing out just yet. They want to go for elimination first, but they need to be cautious, though, because GOW is coming in hot. So I guess AG Global can back away, wait for that engagement to happen, and now it's happening. Ton from afar managed to take down Dix, but quick recovery, quick revival has been done, and AG Global is just waiting in on the sidelines. But another three-way battle happening in on this area. Fusion, WAG, Team Flash, and Team Falcons.
Yep, I mean, Limit was able to take out Cyrus earlier on as WAG made this initial rotation, but the Team Falcons also know where the sniper of Flash is going to be, and Limit takes him down. Hwangam is gone. The Zom taking so much damage from every single angle, and WAG is just bombarding him with the ice thing, slowly chipping away at his life, knowing that they don't have resources here by Fusion.
And let's see if that is something that Zom will be able to zoom away, because there's backup as well on the other side in the name of ABCD, but Here comes the push. Alan right now with a turnaround. Didn't see the Zom, but Clearin in the back end to go in for the follow-up. Blue Wall saves him, and Clearin might be in trouble, but no, Alan on the other side. SKS brings the Zom down, and they will be at an advantage. WAG might push Team Flash away, and then just wait and focus on Team Falcons, but Limit X7 says no! Eyes on us! We are here!
Yeah, they completely forgot who took them out in the first place here. WAG now forced to turtle up. The support's not going to be in a position to actually help. One more blue wall, but now jumping in towards the Turtle Fortress actually takes him out. Krillin holds strong. Alan's got to get out of there, but no, that looks like to be a full squad wipe. Not enough tokens to bring back a squad member, even with a pocket mark at hand. But it's not over just yet because Flash, they want some revenge here. After pulling away, they get involved with the hurt members of Falcon. With Limit out of the picture, it's just Potato and as well as Keroro left to fend off themselves. But they've got the weaponry, they've got the level 3 helmet and as well as armor. It is possible. Potato brings back On Fire and as well as Limit, and Shin and ABCD need to make sure this works. Keroro finds one but cannot get a second. Potato is now coming back up. Protecto, he's got to do it. He almost has it. He's found an initial knockdown and keeps the rest of his members on his feet. Potato does it.
He is a clutch king at this moment, managed to bring back teammates as well. And Potato, the protector, I would say. RRQ right now in the battle, but 18D as well as a base bleeding out. Deuce right now, the guy who made it work from the latter part of the game is going down. Now Ma'al is left. Needs that launch pad to get away, and Heavy might be saving him as a distraction as he goes in for that vending machine to bring back their teammates. But Heavy right now, they need to be careful though. No elimination just yet. They don't want to go against AG Global, but no, they focused on that shot and managed to take that one.
Yep, RRQ get a full revive here, thankfully. Because the ones who put the elimination contract on them in the first place came by VP, and they're not within the vicinity to really capitalize on it. They just know their movement, and that's it. BRU have been taking it very, very slow for the time being, right? In terms of eliminations, Falcons currently at 7, leading the entire leaderboard. But here comes BRU with that first. Jonah ends up falling to his knees next to P90, but it's not enough as Wasana finds an instant trade.
Yeah, I mean, that Rebel Rush, Wasana just knows how to squeeze himself in between glue walls and an actual wall. And that push alone is just Wasana's signature gameplay. But as you mentioned, Burim United wants to take it slow. They don't want to rush it. They are going into their usual gameplay, passive from the first half of the map, and then that's where they bring it on ladder so that they have enough placement point as well as elimination if in case they have a team that they meet up later on. But speaking of meeting up, AG Global has met up against GOW, tanking the blue, going from second to the third. It will be tough though. Launchpad already for the getaway, and will they survive? I guess that's the case apart from Sypha, who will be left behind.
Oh, he's one shot, but GOW don't have any angles. With the help of the bridge, he just makes it in that time, but unfortunately, not going to be as lucky as Baros and Sypha are going to be making out of their way. They're looking for that vending machine where currently it is being spotted out that Dutz is actually in it. Quickly get into the car. They've got to move fast here because again, their adversaries in GOW who was chasing them just now, it's only a matter of time before they decide to go for Vantage.
Yeah, we've seen another approach, another good tactic from Sypha, I believe. Yeah, Sypha, who used that drop the beat with Alok to survive, and even if he's being hit, he can recover a little bit of HP as he goes down. Thus, they are still alive. For RQ though, Abe is stuck. Literally stuck right now. Nowhere to go, but information is on him. Seeing VP on this side of, on the Sun side, as well as Team Vamos below him. The only question is, what will he do with this information?
Yeah, I mean, Abe, he can just relay it back to his team. I don't think they're going to be able to pick him up, and it looks like the other 3 members of RRQ are going to be, you know, out in the blue in the meantime. Unfortunately, Jun finds Abe. Regardless, it's going to be a free elimination point. So if you look at the rest of the members fighting AG Global, Ma'al is able to get the headshot to Sypha as a great opener, but unfortunately, the P90 from Hanoi is just too much for Ma'al to handle, allowing at least one of the members to go for the buy, and the rest to look for a place in the ring.
I mean, they're feeling the curse right now. RRQ is feeling it. They're all inches away from the no more spot, and they are being pressured to being taken down a little bit early. 11 teams remaining on the 11th mark of this game, and it would be tough later on once everyone is on the third, going to the fourth phase of the circle, especially with Evos. Their crosshairs across the board right now, spotting BTR and probably a few more of Team Falcons as they head over to Rai. But with this area a little bit open for not so much compound for the taking, they need to be careful.
Hanoi is able to get a good shot onto RRQ, who's still trying to recover. They have not been able to get back onto their feet, but VP slowly creep up from that northern side, walking with the blue, knowing that Vamos is looking towards them, and shots have already been put by the Axel. This is getting really difficult for them because, again, the blue is really starting to hurt. It's going to be costing them at least one med kit per 30 seconds. Every single... Wait, hold on. They're jumping straight into this. They want the shack. I mean, Diamond has opened things up for the team, but now this is going to be a tough fight.
Now let's see if they'll be able to turn things around. AG Global has sights on them, but Vamos right now need to back away. They need to be ready. Here comes a shot. Bison in hand from the hands of Expo C towards Raja, but they can pull up that blue wall to save them, and the blue can also help them, but no. There goes the takedown. Nameless, though, has been taken down as well to pick up as quickly as that. VP right now being the VP or VIP in this game, bringing the house down, but here comes AG Global knocking on the door.
Yep, it's an early third coming in from AG. Vamos down by 11. AG have a huge advantage coming in. They've already found one member, but BTR gets eliminated. In the meantime, as we see that RRQ just watching this battle from afar, VP ends up going into 9th place, and the next ring wide out, right smack in the middle of everybody. Let's see whether or not they find any positions here, because this is going to be tough, right? See whether or not the there are any available compounds, because I think it's just like the solar panels and the road. Yeah, there's just not much to play around.
Not much to play around, and it's a good idea for RQ to be on top because they're smack dead in the middle. So if it will be, or if he's equipped with medics, they will survive. It's the same gameplay overall. They're just copying and pasting it, and there's no angle to take them unless Korean United, who's quite far away, can spot them, or if AG Global will be able to take those hits. But they're very, very close, and I don't think they have an angle to play with. So what they had to do is to work with who's in front of them, and it is Heavy and GOW. Surprisingly, Heavy is still alive and kicking.
Yep, and GOW, they quickly take the bottom floor of one of the few compounds that we have in this last ring before it starts to make a move. Falcons are able to eliminate the rest of Evos Divine in the meantime. Demon gets a good headshot apparently onto Kiroro. Heavy now getting shot as Flash is the next to fall. Again, GOW is just showing presence, right? Poking them out a little. But AG Global are the real movers here, right? Out in the open, they have no choice but to start attacking cover. They can't go for an all-in engage onto BRU, and BRU recognize that. But at the same time, what are they rotating into? And apparently, there's still a rock at the top of the hill.
That's one thing, though. I mean, I get putting myself in a position. I get where like the teams are right now. At some point, they are being shot at, but they don't know where it's coming from. It's pretty much RRQ who's up in there in the tower or on that windmill, who's disrupting the tactics, disrupting the rotation, and confusing everyone in this mix. And Team Falcons will be eliminated on the other side. Here comes GOW battling against Team Heavy, and Team Heavy is making work on them.
Oh yeah, they're falling down very, very quickly. Yanbin, the only member left of GOW. Unfortunately, must leave Ton down there. Goes for the launch play. Heavy now starting to walk out, trying to chase down Yanbin. They are at full fighting force at the very least, with 2 eliminations to their name. GOW gets eliminated in 5th, leaving BRU, AG, and Heavy on the ground with RRQ up in the heavens.
Let's see if they will be brought into hell. They're still part of this next phase of the circle. Hopefully they have those throwables on them to put more pressure, put more damage on those on the ground, because I don't think they have that much angle to work with, especially in how close this is on that tower. But here comes Wasana right now. Rebel Rush plus an M590, but it is Moshi who helped them. It's more of a distraction, but Wasana goes down, and Burim United Horizon Line needs to be done, but it doesn't go in time. It is now AG Global, RRQ, and Heavy in the mix.
You said that, did they have throwables? They said, yes, I have a launcher, sir. A good launcher, in a matter of fact. It's Heavy, still at full fighting strength here. AG are looking to close in on them as soon as possible. With one member down, Heavy is missing a finger. Now even two is Du is able to get a headshot here. Heavy in a lot of trouble. They can find some eliminations, that would be great, but as the lockup has been activated, it's going to be tough to even fight them. This is a perfect position for AG. They've used their healer, they've used everything, and even our RQ dropping to the floor with nothing to give to try and hurt them. Du is able to land headshot after headshot.
AG Global for that booyah. Does it make any difference? Yes, it does. It will bring them up a little bit higher, and I don't think they want to be pushed down or pushed out to maintain their run on the daily battle in phase 2. Booyah overall, and they made it work. And I thought RRQ is looking at a triple booyah, but nope, they have been denied.
They have been denied, they couldn't recover, so they just held out. And I gotta give it a Heavy. They beat BRU with the help of, hey, I don't have throwables, use that launcher instead. Literally no working cover overall with very few natural pieces to play with. And once RRQ decided to drop down to try, you know, find a body bag, steal a gun somewhere to try and hurt AG Global, it wasn't worth waiting the game out.
Yeah, I mean, the turning point right there for RRQ is Du always keeping a distance, like sights on all, just to make sure that their team are covered, and he's the one who make that elimination. The moment that he go in for the knockdown, he was able to pull out one of the players and then follow through by the rest of the teams. It's just Du and AG Global making their way on that close range battle, but I thought literally it would be a triple booyah for RRQ.
I really thought so as well, but just not enough weaponry. I think it'd be a different story if they had some weaponry. Regardless, it's not a lot of eliminations, but the placement points are going to be very, very valuable. It does mean that a majority of teams, even BRU, didn't get too many eliminations. I'm not 100% sure about that. We'll double check in just a little bit, because that really affects the standings as for this upcoming map, right? For this last map, if AG puts themselves, like, I don't know, roughly 4th, arguably even 5th, they might actually have a chance to be and steal this away from BRU if they do well in the final random map.
Yeah, I mean, that would depend. That would depend, though, if how much gap they have on that #1 spot. But there's a good chance if they can repeat the same tactic overall. Not a lot of teams can do that, and AG Global, we've seen that in phase 1. They're a bit on and off in terms of gameplay, in terms of tactic, but if they have that advantage of distance, they'll be able to pull it through.
They usually do. I mean, we've seen their transition to make sure that they can kind of sustain in these fights. They want the fight to actually be a little bit more prolonged than usual, and they want to get to those end game zones, which is why we don't see AG as often, because they usually don't make it to that end game zone. Unlike this time, where you can see that raw dominant force just sustain through, hunker down, and then just start blowing through squads by squads, one by one.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case. We are just waiting for the interview to be set up, and we are also excited to hear from AG Global. Pretty much it might be Du who will be represented in here, or probably Saifa. So let's bring it over to Misa and AG Global in Thailand to hear what they had to say for that booyah. So let's bring it on.
Another booyah from Thailand team. And right now I'm here with...
Deal. AG Deal.
Okay, Deal. Power move ของเราก็คือกินกล้วยใช่ไหมวันนี้กินกล้วยหรือยังคะ
ไม่ได้ครับ
ยังไม่ได้กินเลยเหรอ
ครับแต่ถ้ากินนี่แชมป์แล้ว
เซเว่นหน่อยไหม
ถ้ากินนี่ผมต้องแชมป์พี่แต่วันนี้
เอ
ไม่ได้
อ
กิน
ใช่ไหมจริง
ใช่
เสียดายนะไม่ยอมกินกล้วยมาวันเนี้ย แฟนๆก็น่าจะอยากรู้ว่ากินกล้วยกันมาหรือยัง Guys, so I asked him because his his power booster is banana, as all Thai fans know that he has to get a banana in order to win. But sadly, he didn't get one today. If he got one, he would be a champ by now. Alrighty, for the next one, how about some insights? เรามีการเปลี่ยนแผนอะไรไหมจากครึ่งแรกกับตอนนี้
ไม่ครับ เล่นปกติตามรูปเกมเลยครับ
เหมือนเดิมเลยไม่มีเปลี่ยนแปลงใด
แต่ว่าเล่นตามเกมเลยครับพี่
ๆอืมไปกับโฟลว์เลย
ใช่ครับ
Okay. So I asked him, is there any change of plan between the second half and the first half? He said, no, there's no change of plan, just going with the flow. Alrighty, on to the next one. Anything else? Put more. Okay. Some people might want to know about the lesser goal, as everyone can see.
Some may call me a professional when it comes down to silent telepathic communication, and I can tell you for a fact that dude is just gloating about how good of a sniper he is. Give him some distance, he wins games, and I think there was a mention of a pizza party, but I think that was like last week's one. I don't know. I didn't get to hear the end of that one, but overall, AG Global, look at them try and kind of bring it back for the team, right? And as you mentioned before, they need that extra bit of distance to get that do or die situation all over again. He is just nailing these shots. He's not gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite great really seeing AG Global pop off like this. And it's not just I would say a soft booyah for them. They bring in the numbers as well. We saw earlier how many eliminations they have, and I think they've done or they've beaten so much in terms of points that can be gathered in one game all throughout this day. But as we look at the highlights right now, RRQ, they did fall in some engagement. Probably the reason why they decided to take that windmill, that high ground, just to make sure they will survive a little bit longer. Not so much though, and not so much of elimination as well, because as close as you are with your enemies, that's where you can secure and confirm all those eliminations.
But we definitely see a change in strategy for a lot of these teams, especially coming in from the top dogs, right? I think that AG as well as Falcons still taking a more aggressive approach overall, but give it up for our MVP Cypher. Once again, he's got that ally. This is something that he's been running since week number 3. I'm curious to see what Do is running, whether it's the exact same lineup that we saw in week number 3, or whether they've, fine-tuned it a little bit more.
I think it's pretty much the same, but what I can say is the tactics that Cypher used with the Alok is with that launch pad, trying to get away from the enemy, trigger that drop the beat, and then he's like recovering HP overall despite of being hit as well. And it's not even outside of the blue, so there's a few more that help him survive. Thus, they were able to pull away from their instigator and also grab this booyah. But for Do, Coda plus Split, surprisingly, he's not using the usual sniper build. I guess this goes to you. He's a bomber build at this point. Alvaro Awakened, Ford, as well as that Olivia. So it's quite different. Quadruple Olivia for that healing power.
This is what I was curious about, right? Whether or not they were overdoing it at week number 3, waiting for that final ring to outlast everybody else, or whether they wanted that extra bit of information or take a more aggressive approach with the 8124, which is what we saw Cypher on initially. But man, with that being said, they come away with a lot. Again, they were holding on the leaderboards in terms of eliminations in that map for a long time, right? And for a total of 18 points, 18 elimination points, this is really going to help their overall buffer. but it really depends on everybody else because the amount of pressure and the amount of damage we're seeing from Sypha, Chinoy, as well as Du is through the roof.
Yeah, it's just tough though that they didn't do so well in terms of numbers in map number 1 Xterra as well as map number 4 Bermuda. Otherwise, they could have been very, very close in that. But Grand Slam, triple way key player for Sypha right now, aka Cypher. 7 elimination, 4,247 on the damage, and 9 assists. Rusher overall, he is built for it.
Hey man, I mean, if he's ready for his Cypher, that's why he's playing that outlook to drop that beat every once in a while. Better have your bars ready to deal with this guy. Again, scores the hat trick on key players. But we're curious. Where are these teams currently at? How many points did everybody else achieve in this game? Because as we saw, a lot of the top dogs were being a lot more passive, expecting to get thirded, expecting to get hunted down so that they are denied that first place standing. In terms of points, 32 total points with Falcon 16, BRU currently at 12, RRQ at 13, Heavy as well as Heavy at 13 as well.
Yeah, I mean, good on Heavy right now. A little bit of points for them, but this is the highest that we've seen for the day, beating the record of 30 that has been brought in by RRQ earlier. But is this enough? Is this enough to bring them higher, close to Brim United, or will they still be left out? But I think with how the scores are equally divided, especially for RRQ and Brim United, they will still, or Brim United will still be above RRQ. And let's head over to today's standings. Not too close though, but they managed to bring themselves in the lower part of this standing up until the top 4 for AG Global, but still remains Brim United. 4 points away is RRQ, and 1 point away is Team Falcons, followed by AG Global.
It's between the top 3 right now, looking for those buy. Unless AG gets super lucky to get a ridiculous game on top of BRU, RRQ, and Falcons doing awfully, I don't see it happening, right? Top 3 confirmed, only one of these teams is going to get that buy for an upcoming random map.
Whew. I mean, I'm real excited to how it's going to turn up right now because it's very, very close between the 3. Again, Team Falcons, they might be on 3rd spot right now, but they can easily swoop in. They can easily perform that well, especially if they're using that Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. High performance will be defined, is definite if you are using this device.
Brother man, you're living in the past. 24, this is the 25 Ultra. We're already
Did I say 24?
Yeah, we're already forwarded so far ahead. I mean, if you guys are looking at your friends being like, oh yeah, we have all the best gamer phones out there. Well, can you watch YouTube videos with ray tracing? Can you start stress testing that phone? You'll see that the numbers are very exquisite.
Definitely. I mean, that's one thing that you really want to have. I mean, it's all in one, in the palm of your hand, and you can play games, you can be efficient as possible. And we were talking about this as well. Efficiency overall, that's what you need, especially in this time of day. But the only question is, can the teams be that efficient? Can they be getting all those points to beat the ones who's very, very close? Or can AG Global do another miracle to overtake the top 3 dogs from the previous standing that we just saw? A lot of questions, Gideon.
I honestly don't know. I'm ready for surprises here, but it feels like all the maps are kind of like preset to be what is predetermined for a lot of the ways that we've seen these teams play.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's going to be an X factor coming into this if everybody just becomes, I don't know, ever present and play standard.
Yeah, let's bring it over to the map collector to find out what our map number 6 is. And let's see what it is right now, whether it's the same for the first 5 maps. Who will take that advantage? We're just waiting. It's just spinning. And it might be it. I'm seeing a surprise.
What?
Oh, Solara!
What?
Or Solara, rather. Solara, the brand new map. Oh my god.
Hanoi bisa menjadi juara 1 dan 2 dunia. And WAD hunting down Summing. One find out. Vietnam secures the booyah.
You talked about X Factor. This is the exciting part of this day. Seeing a brand new map being played in the FFWS Southeast Asia Spring. Solara it is, and I'm pretty sure the fans out there, the chat out there are happy to see this map come up.
Oh yeah, I was not expecting this at all. I don't know how to feel about this one because I don't know how prepared these teams are going to be for Solara itself. We see a little bit of a skew towards the eastern side of the map. I don't even know if that's a good or bad thing, to be fair. But now, by Delta Isles, we're going to see an early engagement of RRQ as well as GOW. Let's see the touch points here.
I mean, let's see if this is something that they can avoid. New map, you know what it is? New map, new problems. Problem of finding out where the looting spots are, as well as the rotation. So let's see if RRQ and GOW will be able to make this work. But on the other side, it's Bigatron Esports going against WAG, and Allen goes down first. Falcons right now in the battle against Team Flash, and unsuspecting that we are seeing 3 hot drops overall.
Yep, hot drops as well. Again, these teams are getting pretty fresh to this. On Fire ends up going down as Wongam. It really just comes down to instincts. Flash doing well, and unfortunately for Limit, half left to die. Falcons bow out of the race early on. Where to drop, where to loot. They don't have a full-blown plan where Team Flash is just a little quicker.
Team Falcons only needed 5 points ahead Buram United, and they have been denied of that spot. But there's still a few more days that they can work on it. For RQ, they played it safe. They really pulled away, knowing that GOW is dropping in near them on this area. They will be a little bit safe. That's right now with SKS. So let's see if they can pull Yanbin in for that takedown. But no, I think they just have to wait, making sure that there's no opening on them. I love that the slide rail. Let's see if they can use that as they head on. But nope, there goes a pickup that will be done on Maal. The pressure on Abai with that XMA.
Yep, they have to shoot back. They have to show some presence here. If not, their front 2 members are going to be in so much trouble as they still have to cross a body of water. Dutz is going to walk up a little bit more forward to try and get a flank angle to maybe pick off Yanbin, knowing that there's only a certain amount of loot in the area. They can't have all the medkits. It's just not possible. There's just not enough time. As Dutz and Maal going to play the front 2, the rest of the members of RRQ going to be looting elsewhere just to buy them time.
Let's see if they'll have time. 18-0 is already eliminated by Team Flash on the other side. And Ton right now receiving a few damage from Dutz with that SKS plus that FGL coming from Maal. So a pinch maneuver, and it pays off with a takedown on Ton. But Team Flash right now is just flanking behind them, and it is spelling trouble for RRQ right now.
Maal will be able to find Ton, secure that elimination, as RRQ are now hiding. Those slide rails are ridiculous. He's got an opportunity and he takes it. Wongam, unfortunately, dead in the water. Dude's able to finish him off just in time. Team Flash does lose the elimination on the elimination leaderboard. but it looks like there are engagements happening elsewhere. This is by Delta Isles so far. Again, you have to keep in mind the new mechanic of this map is going to be the the help of those fast travels of those sliding rails, connecting each of the areas in various ways. Now we do see that EVOS is going on with a full engagement, and Krillin getting shot in the back here by ABAX from far away, quickly with a Riptide Rhythm. Cassie's going to keep him alive. Ray ends up going down because of it.
Yeah, Evo's Divine lost that advantage. WAG right now will try to go for the push. And 590 and 180 has been done on Alan by Aim God. Let's see if they'll be able to recover from this engagement. Cyrus right now, Thomas in hand. Grenade also being cooked, but Aim God is ready and primed to go in for the rush. It's a 1v2 situation right now, and no glue wall because of the melters. But will this save him? No! X4 on the other side takes him down.
Oh, unfortunately, ABAC's not in a position to actually help with the frontal assault. Has to focus down on Export to limit his movement. Actually finds the knock and secures the elimination at the same time. Ray, on the other hand, is able to get back onto his feet, but they forgot about him. They completely forgot, and now he's holding them hostage behind this rock. EVOS needs to start gathering together. Krillin quickly dropping down the launch pad, allowing Cyrus to get on out of there. Cyrus gets shot out of the sky. Krillin put the 50%. He needs to secure this elimination. That way, WAG can't get back on their feet.
Ray doing work with that AC-80, but unfortunately didn't take down Clinton just yet. But is there enough time? Does he have enough coins to bring back the rest of the teams at this point? Evo's Divine is now going in for the jump, also targeting a vending machine to bring back Aim God, and Ray is trying to do so. So, 4 elimination, 4-man strong. I think they are in a good run right now. But for Vamos, I don't think they are seeing or they have spotted Diamond just yet. He's just waiting in the corner, not quite sure what the plan is.
I mean, they gotta, I guess, chill, right? Because there's so much about this map that we're not 100% sure about. There's a couple of things that makes it weird, right? Because there is an uneven amount of sliding rails to make things very convenient, right? Bloomtown, for an example, has 4 sliding rails connected to it back to back to back. But now we see that Aim God now in trouble, having to deal with Get Nice. Kuchio's the first to go down, but now the full force of Heavy being applied on them. I mean, Ray, he's on the run. He's going to try and pull their attention as ABAX, probably in a different sector entirely, will... Oh, a good shot coming in from Ray. Gets an extra elimination points on the way out, but the rest of EVOS Divine get back on their feet.
Yeah, I mean, they're back on their feet right now, still ready to go for the engagement. Riptide Rhythm really not taking so much of those blue walls for an opening with that AC-80. But Aim God right now is already dropped, and Mufasa for the rush. I don't think Ray is ready for it because we have a 3 who's already jumping in. Riptide Rhythm will not be able to help him get away, but it did push Heavy onto the other side. That helps Coach Shield for that takedown.
Here comes the glue wall melters, forcing Heavy into a pretty awkward spot. PLS1 has to deal with Aim God, but is also getting shot by a completely random team on the opposite side. PLSM1 finds the finish. Now Coach Shield has to hold strong. As this is happening, Vamos is getting eliminated by VP. As Hans is again, Heavy has convincingly won this fight. Does EVOS Divine have enough resources to go for another revive? As the Riptide Rhythm comes down, Coach Shield is gone, and Aim God, he's on a vehicle out of here. He's done with this.
Yeah, he's done with this. He says bye-bye, heading into TV Tower and getting that buy. But Yan right now has been taken down. Yan Bin will have that chance to bring back one of their teammates. But the only question is, can he recover? Can that propeller behind him speed up his movement to get away? For BP, the ones that surprised Team Vamos, and I think with like the stalking that Diamond has done earlier, it really paid off for them to quickly eliminate Team Vamos.
Oh yeah, this is perfect, right? Because how VP likes to play, find those thirds, get into these early engagements and quickly third them and wipe them off the board to get those early elimination points. They've already secured themselves 4, but with this vending machine, they're going to get looted up even more. With Team Flash trying to recover, they've got 13 eliminations, surprisingly enough. 13!
And that's just about like them jumping into early engagement, again being the third party. But survivability, I don't think ABCD will be able to do so. Back to back, plus that FGL from afar. Shin tried to go for the backup, but it's a little bit too far though. Wang M sliding rail directly onto Yanbin. Not quite sure if this will work for him, but a pickup has been done. A Tide Turner will be able to help him survive. Nade onto him, M550 and M590 rather, and that quick turnaround from Wang M saves the day and saves APCD.
This squad playing off of pure instincts and just combat reliance, combat awareness. So good. They're playing really hot right now. It's a little late, yes, but at the same time, now we're seeing that VP realizing that they've just been flanked by AG Global. They need to get out of here and reposition and regroup, at least put their sniper in line of sight of the AG members who are currently running at them into TV Tower.
I don't think that would work. That tactic would work especially for AG Global, and Ju is just keeping distance, making sure that they have good line of sight as to where VP is heading. And it's a good thing that they managed to get into the compound right now and might attract attention that can stop AG Global from rushing in. Ju has been spotted already, but a good hiding spot to not be seen by Sa Ming. And you know how it is. Sniper against sniper, those with the quickest trigger might be able to win that fight.
Yeah, but you can see the reliance on his teammates to push him out of position. As soon as he spotted him out, you can see that Diamond just quickly turned the corner to try to outflank him, forcing Du out of position, and this alleviates a lot of the pressure. Now, as this is happening, AG, they've noticed, oh boy, they're taking the high ground on us, and Du is in currently a lot of trouble as he's looking to try and secure and bring his teammates back up to speed. VP quickly are able to get him out of his feet, but Hanoi is here to kind of slow them down. The second floor is now a hot zone as Nameless finds one, and they even find potential second here. Stuck in the corner, Dude can only do so much to make this work. Sypha does find one back onto Saming's side though, as the full teams now have regrouped. Riptime Rhythm is on the outside, so these blue walls are going to stay for a little bit longer than it probably should, and that's going to be VP wiping out AG in CQC.
I love how BP just from a spread out position stacked up each other up, healing at the same time, and then prepare for the battle for a few players for AG Global. That's quickness in terms of response, quickness in communication. Now let's see if that will happen. GOW after that revival spree that happened earlier goes against WAG and will be going down. That is a P90 battle, but with the help of the ones behind him, might be able to increase the odds of winning. Let's see if that will work for Bigatron Esports right now. Faiz, the moment he sees him underneath that billboard, brings him down.
Oh, it's so brutal. One fight after the other. You can see how unpolished this is for a majority of the teams, right? No direct plan, only a rough idea of how it should work. Not a lot of familiarity with every single spot on the map just yet, but the angles, they just have to play well. Cyrus, unfortunately, will fall down to his knees. It's just Xbor and Krillin left, looking at the high ground, seeing that this hill is pretty much impenetrable. They're gonna have to try and make something work, but they do notice the BRU members also on that southern side, so they have no clear path of getting in.
Yeah, they're stuck, but Heavy might be able to help them. One takedown already on Faiz, and it might be the distraction that WAG needs to get away, but not so much of movement can be done, not so much of cover can be taken, especially with BRU also on the right-hand side, but they have RQ to deal with as well as VP on the right side. So it is a fourth phase going to fifth. It is going to get tight, but we still have 8 teams remaining.
8 teams remaining still. WAG, no resources to work with. Last we saw the Xbor just had nothing left. Really couldn't do much about it, right? You can see that he's not even able to heal up just yet. BRU holding on strong. Krillin, the only one with resources, locking himself in. RQ as well as BTR are in a pretty interesting position. They're very close to the ring, the next ring, but they also can't really make a move just yet. There's no clear path, and now that I'm noticing it, oh, Hoja able to get the headshot. Another pick for BTR.
Yeah, I mean, WAG is in trouble. Only Xbor remains, and I don't think he will be safe. But the blue has already stopped, or it will stop in a bit. giving more way for WAG. Here comes Burim United. Moshi for the takedown on Maal. And this is the decider game of who's going to take that #1 spot. If RQ goes down here, Burim United has a good chance to do so unless both of them will be denied, especially with Burim United, not so much of points on them. So RQ heads into the next phase of the circle as Burim United focuses on BTR to get those points.
BRU and as well as VP have the same idea. They just want to mirror RRQ as of right now. The most resistance that VP has met is against RRQ, and BRU are happy with that, right? They don't need to do anything. They just need to make sure that this rotation is painful for both of these teams as they walk alongside them. EVOS Divine holding this spot, having to deal with problems of their own in this hut. This TP ain't going to be protecting them from long, as we see that Flash has no way of getting to the top unless they fully commit, which makes them exposed to BTR, which is the only reason why they're hiding behind. But here comes the full engagement, right? Riptide Rhythm's already been in advance. They get into the... Oh, Rebel Rush actually making it through. Huang Ao, the first to fall. The landmine's good coming in from Apex and even finds elimination immediately after. We've seen EVOS turtle up like this before. The firing line ready to go. The next person who shows themselves will get punished. Here comes the Riptide Rhythm to get rid of all of the walls. And here comes EVOS exploding outside of the hut, making sure that this TP is put to good use. EVOS, this is their default state. There's nothing left, no more resources to work with, no more active cards to make this work, and they're gonna get locked in. The glue wall melters are here, and here comes RRQ quickly following up, keeping them in. RRQ looking for as many eliminations as possible as BRU is the next to fall. With RRQ, one member already down. Maal, he's gonna have to make these shots count. He finds Aim God. Abax is able to take down Abe. Maal finishes off Aim God. They've traded 1 for 1.
Yeah, EVOS Divine, 3 players playing at this point. Spots 1 player, and that is Shin from Team Flash. 3 teams remain, and I think RQ has done enough already to be able to maintain their spot, unless they will be taken out a little bit early. But EVOS Divine, the one team that has an advantage against RRQ, is slowly dwindling. 18D right now. The Clutch Kid is now waiting for the blue to close in and then rushing outside. But Abax with that pressure, AWM, and Abax takes him down. Only 1 remains for RRQ, and EVOS Divine has BTR to deal with, and there's still no sights of the player from RRQ though, so this might be it. They can't steal this away.
They could. They see that EVOS is going to be the big problem here. Riptide Rhythm to get rid of the glue walls behind them. It may have overshot because BTR just want to creep on forward. They see the shotguns. They don't care. They've got a Cassie with electrotherapy ready to go. Can't squeeze through. But Kota, he's already 5-1. But Abax gets a headshot of his own. He's dwindled the numbers. 3 members strong. And RQ, Maal, he's done it. He's pulled it back. He's got the position for his team. And he's ready to go.
And there you have it. Bigatron Esports grabs the booyah. At this point, though, they are not close to that #1 spot. I think they will this will bring them a little bit safer for the next day of battle. The only question, though, is that RRQ did the point that's needed to overtake Burim United on that #1 spot.
I'm not sure. It's tough to say, man. Solara is brought us a lot of ups and downs for sure, but you can see how unpolished everybody is coming into this map. Not 100% sure or used to the drop spots, not 100% sure how the rotations need to look like, especially when you have to monitor these sliding rails as well. Just well done for BTR, and honestly, even for Team Flash, they relied on their instincts to get them through it. They got so many eliminations because of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Flash is something else. And again, they might not be in the running to be at #1 spot, but if they treat it similar to what RRQ did mention earlier, or Dutch mentioned earlier, or was it EVO? Well, Dutch mentioned that they treat every game as if it is the last, then they might be able to bring it on. But let's not take it away from Bigatron Esports as Royale, Kyung, Koja, Faiz, and Nix final booyah for this day.
What a way to kind of round things out. Bigatron were, again, not doing too well in a couple of early maps, but now in Solara, when things are basically even, it is just a raw gunfight. They are coming out big time in the end. To be fair, the ring did pull in their direction, which is always a plus point, but generally, based on what we've seen, oh boy, this map is It's pretty awkward.
It's a game changer now. I mean, literally, it will bring the teams up and down because you did point out the sliding rails, which is like roller coasters. So literally, they will be going up and down. But we didn't see so much usage of that. Probably it's not very viable because you will be out in the open and your trajectory will be spotted. And we've seen that like work. Dudes trying to shoot them down in a launch pad, which is much difficult compared to a sliding rail we're in. That like the location is pretty much identifiable. So let's see if that can be used. This is the first time that we've seen Solara being played, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot more tactics that can be pulled by the team once it comes up every time.
Oh yeah, I'm curious to see how teams are going to evolve, man. These rails, again, we saw early engagements because of it, right? You hear the shots, and if you happen to have a convenient rail, right, let's go, let's roll up on them real fast. And that's what Flash did. They did it multiple times. I can't believe they got away with it so often, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, that increases the odds of you chasing against an opponent. And I think the moment that, for RRQ though, the moment that they didn't use it, they managed to use it, get into the next phase of the circle where they ended it. It's because the slide rail was ended there as well, and they can get that position. So there are plenty of surprises, and I'm pretty sure the chat is happy to see that Solara map being played. They've been asking for it since game number 1.
They have been. With that being said, though, we got to give it up to Bigatron Delta. Big props to them for finding the Booyah, but it's time for their interview. So let's jump right into it.
Thank you, casters. Survivors, make some noise! Another Booyah for Indonesia. This time is for a Bigatron. Playing in Solara. I'm here with Keong, by the way. Hello, Keong.
Halo.
How does it feel to be the first team to dominate Solara? Gimana rasanya jadi tim pertama yang mendominasi Solara? What do you like about this map as well? Apa yang kamu suka juga dari map yang satu ini?
Kalau perasaan sih ya bisa aja sih. Soalnya kita kayak main di akhir match doang. Tapi kalau buat mapnya oke lah, keren-keren.
Mapnya kamu suka dan keren banget gitu ya?
Mantap-mantap.
Okay, so he doesn't feel like anything's different from this map apart from the others. But he does feel like this map is more fresh, it's cooler, and it's nice to finally be able to play Solara. Tapi kalau kita bicara mengenai persaingan sendiri, tadi kita lihat kan akhirnya 3 tim Indonesia bertahan sampai akhir. Sebelum akhirnya Bigatron yang mengamankan Booyah di pertandingan terakhir kali ini. Apa yang ada di kepala kamu di late game yang tadi bisa dibilang chaotic banget? What was running through your mind during the last seconds, the last minutes of the game? Because we all know that it was very intense. You have to face the other teams from Indonesia. What exactly was running through your mind?
Ya pikirannya sih ya kita ngamanin Booyah lah di penutupan match akhir ini untuk Indonesia.
Iya dong, apalagi Booyah pertama Bigatron hari ini juga kan?
Benar.
Okay, so all he could think about was how Bigatron can finally secure the first Booyah for the team, and as well as ending today's match day with the Booyah for Indonesia, and they managed to do it. Kudos for them. Terakhir, rasanya setelah berhasil dapetin Booyah, ini kan bisa dibilang hari ini 3 tim Indonesia bermain, 3-3-nya ngamanin seenggaknya masing-masing 1 Booyah. Apa yang bisa kamu sampaikan kepada para penonton Indonesia yang dari tadi juga ketar-ketir dak-dik-dukser buat tim-tim Indonesia di FFWS? What can you say to the viewers, especially the Indonesian viewers that has been watching today's match day with a lot of thoughts and things on their mind, hoping for the best for Indonesia?
Doain aja semoga besok dan besoknya lagi satu persatu tim Indonesia lolos.
Amin! Keep the prayers, guys. Keep the hopes up high. Hopefully today, tomorrow, and the next day, we can still have Indonesian team qualifying to the grand finals. Amin. Aminnya yang gede ya semuanya ya. Oke deh kalau gitu thank you banget Keong. Congratulations. Good luck for the next match day. Good luck for Bigatron. Hope to see you guys on the grand final. Let's go back to the casters. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Conchita Caroline, as well as Bigatron Esports. I mean, it's good that they're not really aiming that much in terms of the points, but they are just aiming to grab a Booyah. Probably a chance to deny some of the teams as well from what we've seen. But I'm still at a loss. Who has taken that #1 spot? Who has taken that first spot on the grand finals?
I feel like, RRQ has done enough, but who's to say that BRU weren't able to steal away enough elimination points to trump that all? But it's really, really tough to say because, again, the margins are extremely thin. We saw them bow out roughly around like the 5th spot, and then we got a 2nd spot. So there's already a differential that they need to come up with in terms of just raw eliminations. Because again, we saw the amount of damage that RRQ was able to start applying to the top 3 teams towards that very final push, and then Maal had to hold out. Regardless of what happens here, at least we know that Solara now in the pool might even change up the game. Who knows what these next couple of weeks are going to provide for us.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of more surprises. And I thought the surprises are done. Because of the changes in the format, the changes in everything, the groups, the knockout stage, the phases, but we have that Solara map being introduced. We're just, like, this is the season wherein a lot has been introduced, and I don't think they've thrown in everything just yet. So we'll have to see though. But again, RRQ for Borneo United fans out there, especially for chat, who I've been reading your chat or your comments, definitely. It's not yet over because there's a few more days. We're just excited because there's one team that will be starting it off for their journey on the grand finals a little bit early, and Borneo United, I don't think they did that much in terms of numbers. The last time we saw them before they got eliminated, they only have 2 elimination points, and I don't know just yet if they have enough placement.
That's very true. That's very, very true. Well, we're just going to have to wait and see for the final standings at the end of today. But at the very least, much to be excited for here with everything that is happening, right? If RRQ makes it through, that means another team is going to be joining this roster. Sorry, not roster, but joining our group to make sure that we still maintain our 12 teams as the days go by. And that could bring new challenges. If Solara is on the table, who knows what else is going to be on the table as the days go by.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much for the other 5 maps, the teams has gotten used to it, and they can make points overall unless they're really in the toughest lock for a specific day. And I'm talking about Heavy at this point, who has been the toughest lock for 3 maps, and then that's the only time that they were able to catch up in terms of points. But if it's a different day wherein everyone has a piece of those numbers, and then Solara would be the final or that game changer, they might be able to make it work, especially if they practice enough, they study it enough. Being new, there's still a lot of loopholes and leeways that they can work with.
Yeah, no, I think that people have been pretty critical about this map overall, right, in terms of how competitive it actually can be. Based on what I'm seeing from the map and based on what we've been seeing in the game, I think that there's a couple of danger spots, especially when we're talking about the center between Archway as well as TV Tower. High hotspots, but they also are the highest points of the map that is closest to the center, with Bloomtown just on the southwestern side. But the only problem with Bloomtown is the fact that it's so connected because of those sliding rails. Like, it can be like anybody on the southern side can get there pretty quickly overall, which makes it a huge center point of collisions that we saw EVOS Defiant actually having to deal with, one team after the other.
Yeah, once they get used to it, similar to what we've seen Team Flash, they will be using it so much to get into each phase or probably move in and out of the blue, tag the blue in a bit, and then they know that they have something that is readily available without using that launch pad to get back into the next phase of Circle. So a lot of surprises, a lot of storylines that can be built, a lot of changes that can be done in terms of tactics, especially into the introduction of this Solara. And I'm just like couldn't help but smile because we saw that video, the transition from first year of Free Fire. Every year there's a few changes that's been done, and I think it's from 2 years back or last year that has in terms of map introduction, there's a couple like Nextera, Alpine, now Solara. Oh my god, I mean, it would be a great deal if there will be more, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm pretty sure Free Fire will have more in store for us.
Hey, who knows? I'm looking at EWC thinking like, are we going to be playing the same traditional maps over and over again, or are things going to start changing up? Tough to say, but just throwing out the speculation.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, this is pretty much the more exciting way to do it. And even from last year, I think they followed the usual format that we've done in Southeast Asia. So I think they will be carrying it over. And if I'm mistaken, it's being done across the board. So Champion Rush, the phases of Knockout Stage, all these changes. It might be different, like a little bit here and there. But I'm pretty sure like there will be some similarities as we wait in anticipation to find out. I'm pretty sure the chat out there is also waiting. So just give us a few more moments because we have you see, or we are ready to see as well who will be qualifying right here. So let's bring it on.
All right. Thank you, casters. I'm here with RRQ to do today's LBS, to unveil today's challenge. As we all know, the winner of today's overall points get to claim the winner title. And not only that, we also get to qualify to the final stage. Tepuk tangan dong semuanya. Seperti yang kita tahu sama-sama ya, yang menang LBS hari ini artinya poinnya tertinggi dan lolos juga ke final stage. Nah, aku udah barengan sama RRQ, artinya sudah bisa menebak dong siapa yang memastikan diri lolos. Alright, seperti biasa kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol dulu. We're gonna have a bit of a talk.
I thought it was gonna be an infographic
the overall
first
points
before
that
this.
RRQ has achieved today. How does it feel to be the very first team to qualify to the final stage? Apa rasanya jadi tim pertama yang bisa qualify ke final stage? Oh, jadinya kamu lagi yang jawab. Tadi kayaknya Mike-nya. Okay, so who wants to answer the question? How does it feel to qualify, to be the very first one to qualify? This is a big deal, you guys.
Aggressive on the battlefield, shy on the
stage. Apa rasanya pertama kali nih, dibanding yang lain-lain?
Ya, seneng lah.
Ya seneng udah pasti, tapi panjangin dong. He's very happy, even though he didn't really get to play today. Kalau gitu dari yang main deh, kalau gitu. Can someone who actually get to play the game answer the question then? Dudes lagi? Perwakilan? Sama masih pertanyaannya. Gimana rasanya bisa lolos ke final stage, jadi tim pertama pula. How does it feel to be the first one to qualify?
Ya seneng sih, karena kan kita di Liga ke-1 juga kan, jadi di sini harus ke-1 juga lah.
So it feels like a continuation because they managed to be the first on the league and now the first to qualify to the grand final of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. Oke, ada komentar nggak buat negara-negara lain dari Asia Tenggara yang hari ini udah berkompetisi dan tadi kan sebenarnya kita lihat beberapa dari mereka juga berhasil ngamanin Buya. Is there any comments regarding the other countries' team performance today, seeing that they also managed to get some booyah today? Siapa nih yang mau jawab nih? Siapa? Ayo gantian. Ayo. Maal deh. Pertanyaannya ada komentar nggak buat negara lain? Is there any comments? Do you have anything to say regarding the other countries' performances? Ada pendapat tentang penampilan negara-negara lain?
This for elimination, they won't be
karena tadi ada beberapa juga yang
pushing it away.
Indonesia gitu kan.
Biasa aja.
Nothing special.
A long day.
He literally just said
and then they're
nothing
like,
special
Kiba.
about the other countries' performances, despite some of the booyah that they actually got today. Pretty sure RRQ can do better as well. Oke, terakhir. Kalau gitu, tapi ini jawabnya jangan oper-operan ya. Gak boleh oper-operan nih jawabnya. 3 kata buat RRQ yang udah berhasil melangkah ke final. Harus pede dong. 3 kata.
I'll bring this in.
Boleh kata ancaman, boleh kata penyemangat, boleh kata bangga, apapun. 3 kata. 3 words to describe RRQ's achievement today. Qualifying to the grand final. Ayo. Anything? Guys, it's just 3 words, not...
Kita duluan ya, bye-bye.
3 words to describe today's performance. Well, not really to describe today's performance, but more like a taunt words to the other countries. He said, we're gonna go first, bye! We're going to the final first. We'll see you guys in the final. Tepuk tangan dong untuk RRQ! And of course, course, there's always consequences to losing the LBS. So let's just see how the other countries are doing. Let's go.
Hi everybody! We are here to, because we are not team of the day, so we are here to do a makeover with all of my teams here. I think we should start right now. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Yusu và bên cạnh mình đây chính là những thành viên đến từ các đội tuyển Việt Nam ngày hôm nay. Bởi vì chúng mình chưa có lấy được team of the day nên là bọn mình sẽ phải trả kèo, đó chính là make up cho từng thành viên. Thôi bây giờ mình bắt đầu luôn ha. Cầm đi.
At least we get to see Yoon Sul. I'm pretty sure like that's her stuff.
I'm pretty sure it is. She's got lip gloss ready to go.
Yeah. I don't know what it's called, but I think it's better if it's a what's it, eyeliner?
Eyeliner would stand out a lot.
Oh, but she used it on the eyes, so yeah.
It's like only the eyes, lip gloss for the rest. Yeah, make them all cats. He's just holding it. It's like, okay, I'll hold it. How nice. She's even willing to put foundation first.
Yeah, it's because like skin tone is different, so it won't look like the same. See? She even changed it.
Yeah,
she
like,
knew. She knew.
She was like, gotta make it pop.
That's the decision making that will, I don't know, that we won't understand as guys.
Miu 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 miu, tụi mình xong rồi nè. Okay, so before we close our part here, I would like to interview them a little bit of questions. So I would interview Jin Young from Team Flash as the coach. Jin Young, may I ask that what's wrong with our plays today? Is there anything wrong, or it's just we are not in a good mood to play? Thì Jin Young ơi, không biết là ngày hôm nay thì phong độ của các đội tuyển đều khá là không có được như ý cho lắm. Thì Jin Young có thể cho mình biết tại sao được không ạ? Hay chỉ là một ngày để mọi người dạo chơi ngắm cảnh thôi?
Em nghĩ là hôm nay các bạn team Việt Nam mình chỉ dạo chơi.
Chỉ dạo chơi thôi. Vậy còn team Flash hôm nay thì sao?
Nghĩa là team Flash cũng dạo chơi luôn ạ.
Team Flash cũng dạo chơi luôn ạ. Vậy thì trong ngày mai và ngày tiếp theo của tuần thi đấu đầu tiên lượt về thì không biết là Chí Nhân có cho mình một cái chiến lược nào để team Flash có thể là chắc shot đi vào chung kết sớm luôn không ạ? Hay là mình phải đợi thêm một tuần nữa?
Em nghĩ là team sẽ bắn liên tục, gặp ai cũng bắn ạ.
Bắn liên tục, gặp ai cũng bắn. Vậy thì Chí Nhân nghĩ như thế nào về cả ba đội còn lại? Liệu rằng là chúng mình có thể vào được chung kết sớm trong tuần này không?
Em nghĩ là được ạ. Nhất là Watt sẽ được vào chung kết sớm.
Còn Lam nghĩ sao vậy?
Mình nghĩ team mình thì chắc tới tuần 6 rồi. Khá là nhiều vấn đề. Team mình đang có khá là nhiều vấn đề.
Kabi thì sao?
Chắc tụi em ngày mai vào cho nó chắc chắn.
Ngày mai là Heavy lời vào luôn nha. Rồi, Thanh Nhã sao Thanh Nhã?
Heavy ngày mai chắc mình ngày 1 quá.
Ngày 1 là của Gao. So apparently for Jin Young, he said that today we are just hanging around together. We are just having fun. So that's why we are not in a good mood for playing today. But overall, it's a very fun day for us. For himself, he think that he just gonna play. He gonna shoot anyone that he can see. That is the tactic for Team Flash. But for WAG, they said that they will join the finals in the 6th week. For Heavy, it will be tomorrow. So tomorrow, Heavy could be the team of the day. And for Gal Esport, is the day after Heavy. So we can commit that there will be 2 teams in the final in this week for the Vietnam teams. Thank you so much for watching our interview and our betting scenes. We hope to see you again next time. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi chúng mình trả kèo và hẹn gặp lại nhé. Ngày mai chúng mình sẽ chơi tiếp nha. Bye bye. Chúng mình sẽ chơi tiếp nha. Bye bye. Chúng mình sẽ chơi tiếp nha. Bye bye.
We are gradually accepting the challenge, which RRQ, congrats. We are gradually accepting the challenge, excel here. RRQ, so Malaysia is the one we are gradually accepting the challenge for tonight is. Okay, so Excel will do lipstick to me, and I will do. Okay, so Excel will do lipstick to me, and I will do. Alright, so Excel will do lipstick to me, and I will do. Alright, so Excel will do lipstick to me, and I will do. Alright, so Excel will do. Excel. Excel. Ya, menawan Jalita. Ya, Gojos. Ya, menawan Jalita. Ya, Gojos. Kan we as a Malaysian menawan Jalita.
Hey guys, we lost today, but it's okay because there's always tomorrow. Anyways, right now I'm here with losers. Now
What's the pause?
GG ครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ครับ
AG ดิวครับจากทีม AG ก็บอกครับ
ผมเนมเลนครับจากวาตาโตครับ
โตครับจากฟอร์คอนครับ
เอาล่ะ เปิดมาก่อนเลย รู้ไหมว่าบทลงโทษวันนี้คืออะไร
ไม่รู้
ไม่มีฟิลแบบการละครให้เลยสักนิดนึง
ใช่ครับไม่รู้เลย
โอเค
ยังไม่รู้เลยว่าจะโดนแป้งครับไม่รู้เลยว่าจะโดนโทษไม่รู้ว่าจะมีลิฟต์ด้วยหรือเปล่า
แปลก
ไม่มีลิฟต์อ่ะมันมีแค่ทาแป้งเขาให้มาให้นี้
โอเคไม่เป็นไรถือว่าไม่รู้ Let's say they still don't know about the punishment for today's challenge. Alright มาสักหน่อยเริ่มเลย Let's start ลุยเลยใครเริ่มก่อนก็ได้มีคนละ1 ปอกง่ายลุยเลยเดี๋ยวเฮ้ยนี่ใครเนี่ยโอ้โหด้วยความรักด้วยรักและห่วงใย
It was just like, nah, I'm doing myself, dude. I don't trust you. I don't trust you, bro.
ไม่เนมเลยคือหน้ายังโล่งอยู่เอาสักหน่อย
Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
You know one thing though, I mean why they have powder? It's because it's a cheat code for
gliding across your
playing the game. Yeah.
ผมก็วันนี้ก็ถือว่าสนุกครับ ไม่รู้ว่าลิฟต์จะมาด้วยหรือเปล่าก็ไม่รู้นะครับ
ไม่ต้องถามอะไรใดๆทั้งสิ้นแล้วแล้วทำไมคนนี้เขามานิดเดียวเอาลิปสติกอยู่ไหนลิปสติกอยู่กับใคร
โดนกินไปแล้ว
แปลเข้าปากอีกนิดนึงรู้สึกว่ายังไม่ถึงเครื่องรสชาติของแป้งเป็นไงบ้างคะรสชาติที่เราแพ้วันนี้เป็นไงบ้าง How's the taste of
ขม
losing
รู้สึ
today?
กขม
A
เปรี้ยว
bit bitter? Sour?
โคตรขาวอะครับวันเนี้ย
So white guys, as you all can see. โอเค แล้วเรารู้สึกไงบ้างกับแมปใหม่หาดตะวันในวันนี้ How do you feel about the new map for today, Solara?
ดีครับ ก็สนุกดีครับ ก็สนุกครับ สนุกมากครับ
Okay, he enjoyed, he had fun. รู้สึกไงบ้างกับแมปใหม่ในวัน
ก็
นี้
ดีครับ สื่อสารผิดพลาดไปตี
A bit of
ไปตีทีม
miscommunication.
หนีขั้วโลกแล้วแพ้ ไม่ไหวเลย
ครับก็รู้สึกพอใจครับวันนี้ เพราะว่าโดนแจมมาเยอะครับทีมสักทีมหนึ่งแล้วก็
Got jammed a lot.
สุดท้าย 4-4 ก็เป็นพวกผมครับผม
For 4-4,
รู้สึก
he's gonna be there.
รู้สึกดีครับแมปใหม่จะจบ 12 ครับ โดนแฟดตก อยู่ขั้วโลกเหนือเหรอครับ
Feels
เนี่ย
great about the new map, but he got 12th on the new map. Alrighty, guys, let's all wrap up for today. Okay, thank you so much for today's enjoyment. Right, let's get back to the shoutcasters. Bye.
Enjoy thank you กิเทกิ ครับผม
And there you have it. Our RQ as our winners, our very first team going straight to the grand finals and gets themselves a free buy for the next couple of weeks to watch everything that's happening. Oh my goodness! I gotta give it to the Thai players. They got some personality when they're all together, but I think they got it the worst out of everybody.
Totally forgotten about RQ for a moment because of all that challenge that happened. But yeah, I mean, congratulations to RQ. But that was fun. That was fun. Seeing other regions or the ones not winning take the challenge, and they're professional overall. They did the challenge. No bad blood at this point. But as you look at the highlights of this game, I mean, Solara map is something else. It's kind of a mix of I would say Purgatory and Nextera at some point.
Oh, I feel like it's a condensed purgatory to a certain degree. It's just so easy getting around the map. I wish there was more vegetation, to be perfectly honest, because some of these areas, especially if the ring doesn't just put you in a open landed area with just a bit of ground movement, you are stuck in some awkward spots like this one, for an example, where it's like you just got to make sure that you're playing for the best position possible and hold that ground, because somebody is going to force you off. And that's why BTR, they won that 50-50 in that regards. However, they made sure that every other team took a lot of punishment, being one of the few teams in that final ring to have all 4 of their members still alive.
And speaking of punishment, Koja punished a lot. 10 eliminations overall, 5,263 on the damage, 7 in knockdowns, and the reason why is because he can spot the enemy with that Coda and then bomb and out with a split splits plus that Beastin and the additional of that EP defense breaker from Kairos. It is a double Kairos. Olivia coming from Dix, who is a support, so it's a Cassie, Tifa, Olivia for a little bit of healing touch, and then the Skylar for Faiz, a usual or a normal sniper build, but when it comes to numbers, Koja just took it all.
He took everything. He took it upon himself to be like, yeah, we're in a new map, game sense, no problem, I got it all. I'm gonna take them all down. 7 knockdowns, 10 eliminations. His other teammates, like even Kyung, was getting some knockdowns, only finding 3 of those eliminations, but 6 assists in total, which again, not too bad because they're putting up the damage numbers.
Yeah, I mean, with this alone, this really changed the game. They really put themselves a little bit higher, and they are safe though. They will be playing on the next day. But when we look in the key players, another hat trick that we have from Koja, elimination, damage, and elimination by grenade. And I think this is the highest that we've seen so far on the nade kills, because if I'm not mistaken, there was a 2 or 3 from the past, but 4 from Koja as the bomber.
Oh man, I I mean, you see his role. He is apparently a support player, not a bomber, despite bringing the Beast in, as well as the Alvaro to make sure it works. But at the end of this, BTR walk away with 27 points, with Team Flash getting 22, EVOS Divine at 20 points. They actually got a lot of eliminations because of the kerfuffle that they had by Bloomtown. And RRQ, 17 points to secure this game.
Yeah, I mean, they are 4 points in difference with Buriram United, and we thought Buriram United, before they went out, has already invested, but that final player, Maal, who managed to pick up a few more on that scruffle, and on, like, being alone, sniper in hand, brought him a more 3 points in difference. That is something that Buriram United will be, I would say, bad about. I won't be surprised if tomorrow they will bring it on. No more sleeping, no more resting, or unless they want to play more Free Fire for the day and wait for the final moment for Phase 2, then they're free to do so.
I think at this point they're thinking about, all right, we gotta prep for Solara. We can't afford to give the team of the day over to RRQ like we did today, because they came up big time here to edge out in terms of just the raw points. 2 booyahs by the end of it with 98 total points. This team is gonna be the first to make it to the grand finals.
2 booyahs, almost 3, but has been denied. And it's rare that we see a team really does that, especially in this stage though. We're treating this as if we're already in the grand finals. Knockout stage phase 1's already done, so like in the usual format, the previous format, that would be the case. But you know, a lot more will be seen. But again, RRQ, first team to qualify for the grand finals. They're going to sit it out up until the moment that they will be playing, I think, Clash Squad before the grand final. So plenty of time for them to study their opponent, plenty of resting days for them as well, just in case they don't want to do anything. But knowing RRQ, I think they'll be doing more in the background than just playing around.
Yep. And out of the top 12 teams qualifying for the grand final stage, RRQ has taken one of those slots. Keep in mind, as the days go by, more and more teams will qualify for the grand final stage, leaving only few spots left for some of the other teams to battle it out until week number 6. Regardless, it is a well-earned day for RRQ, because not only did they get the grand final slot, they also got the team of the day. From week 4, day 2, we will now be adding Visaka Srivijaya to the list of teams to try and qualify.
Yeah, I mean, Visaka Srivijaya is 13 from phase 1 of the knockout stage. So 11 teams, or the 11 remaining teams after RRQ has been taken out, plus Visaka Srivijaya, and it continues on for each day of phase 2 until there's only, or once we have all 12 on that list. So it's quite an exciting format, quite exciting days, quite exciting map that has been shown as well. Everything is exciting.
Everything has changed so much. You know, the competitive scene continues to flourish here at the Free Fire World Series, and I think, you know, with this system, we'll see how the rest of the world is going to start adapting to it as well. Keep in mind, Latam is happening at roughly about the same time as we are, so there's still a lot of Free Fire competitive to be out there, to be absorbed.
Yeah, we're going to say goodbye and good night for now. We will return tomorrow for another Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025.